and gentlemen, your Week 10 champion, Marvin van Velzen.
Oh, he gets it this time. That's absolutely majestic.
That could be cataclysmic for Milford. And it's a double he finds to seal a superb win. Beautiful, brilliant, nonchalant.
Unflustered.
Double eight. And that's what Kurt Parry can do in a nutshell.
Hi there, good evening and welcome to the Modus Super Series, your Saturday night staple sporting event. And it is a penultimate night of action for qualifying for Champions Week. Paul Nicholson has been alongside me this week. And Paul, the week hasn't disappointed. We've got an excellent lineup for finals night.
Yes, we do. And I think the first thing we've got to talk about is that a lot of the people who were here on Monday morning at 9:30, 5 of the 6 are still here. So they've worked super hard to be here on Saturday night. And the standard throughout has been extremely interesting, high at times, somewhat tumultuous at times, but always very interesting.
Well, let's get confirmation of that lineup. The 6 players that have made it through after 5 days of qualifying: Wayne Jones, Kciuk of Poland, Richie Howson, the seniors champion of champions, Kurt Parry, who won the Red Dragon champion of champions, Steve West, who was getting married last Saturday, and Barry Copeland on debut, the ADC qualifier from Northern Ireland. And as you said, Paul, 5 of those players were in Group A earlier this week. It just goes to show that the strength of that group.
Very much so. I think Johan Brouwer, who is the only person who was in Group A who's not here, he can now understand the strength of that group, because with all of the people that he played still here, it just goes to show how hard it was for him. But Kurt Parry, he's going to be the freshest of everybody, having only played 8 games. Everybody else has played a lot more, and Wayne Jones has not played since Wednesday, so lots of things to discuss.
Yeah, he won Group A earlier this week, Wayne Jones. Did it very well as you just alluded to. Steve West, no one really knew what to expect. Came in 4th. We'll talk more about him in a moment. But how good was Jones in that qualifying campaign?
Out of the blocks with a 95 average in his first game. It looked really good at the time. It looks just as good now, a few days later, because his ability to get out in front, win the 5 games on the Monday, win 4 out of 5, and let's not forget that it was 9 in a row at the start of the week. It was your quintessential get out of the blocks, get the lead, and quite frankly, it was done by Wednesday lunchtime. It was stressless instead of stressful.
But arguably, by Wednesday lunchtime, Steve West was emerging as the best player in Group A. He finished 4th in the end.
Yeah, I think Wednesday was the day that set him up for the second half of the week. He won 4 games out of 5 for 3 straight days. So his win percentage over the last 3 days is 80%. And that is a really good thing coming into Saturday. But I think if he didn't have that positive Wednesday, then his Group C campaign may have not been as rosy.
Yeah, Steve West going on to win Group C and progressing alongside the ADC qualifier, Barry Copeland, who just nicked it from Alan Norris. So let's just have a word on how unfortunate Norris might have been. And indeed, Paul Milford, who actually won 4 out of 5 games on Friday.
Yeah, Paul on debut on Thursday didn't win a game, but I've got to give him loads of credit. He came back on Friday, he won his first 4 games, and obviously he just left himself with a little bit too much to do. But if you look at the case for Alan Norris, he played really well on Thursday. He put in a huge performance in his 5th game to average 101.9. And then he just fell away a little bit at the start on Friday, and that cost him. If he'd had a better start, he'd be here tonight. Of that, I've got no doubt. So if you look at his last 2 games in the group, averaged over 100 twice and won them both. He just left it a little bit too late. And when he played Copeland in his last match, Barry needed 1 leg. He got it in leg 2, and that was that.
And how much credit goes to him for making it through to finals night on his debut?
I think we've got a very dogged player in Barry. He's obviously got quality. He's averaged over 103 in a win this week. He's averaged over 102 in a loss this week. So the A game is really good. But the worry is that sometimes he can struggle to keep up with the big scorers. If that happens tonight, he won't win. But he's really dogged. That will get you so far, but quality is what you need on a Saturday night. I wonder if it'll come tonight.
Yeah, may need a few more of those big checkouts. So in Group B, however, well, it was a close run thing between the top three. They were all through after 3 games last night. Remarkable, but really nothing between them apart from leg difference. Kciuk, Kciuk, Richie Howson and Kurt Parry. I don't think there's any way that we can say none of them deserve to be through.
That's true. They've all done their job, and they've been picking each other apart because of those top 3. One of them has beaten the other one twice. One's beaten another one twice, and the other one's beaten the other one twice. It all sounds a bit muddled, but it makes for a really interesting dynamic coming into tonight. And I've made a note before we start tonight of all of the head-to-head records for the week, and they might just tell us the story.
Well, we'll start with Kciuk, Kciuk because like Barry Copeland, he's done it on debut. How impressed have you been, and what sort of attributes have helped him get here?
I think all week we've been looking at the way that Kciuk plays, his deliberate, precise style. It's something that he's done his entire career. He hasn't tried to be somebody else. He knows how he can play his best game of darts. In Group A, he was very solid. He picked up 20 points. That's been good enough to win a Group A in the last few weeks, potentially. So, going into Group B, you think this is going to be a slightly stiffer test, going up against the likes of Howson again, and up against Gary Stone, who was the weekly favourite on Monday morning. And the only person who could scupper him was Kurt Parry. So, he's passed the test, and when he averaged 99 in a game, in Group B, he got my attention. I thought, if you can find that level a bit more, this could be a really interesting week for the pool.
Certainly. You mentioned Kurt Parry, a very different type of player, but one that could really illuminate that stage tonight.
He can. He's been to the semi-finals on multiple occasions, so this is not his first rodeo. He's got a really good record of making Saturday as well, and he can have these flashes of brilliance, like you've just seen there on that checkout. But one thing that worried me last night on Friday was that he was dragging the darts a little bit left of target when he was scoring. If that comes back tonight, he might be exposed. But if he gets his line right tonight, his 180 hitting could be off the charts.
And the player we haven't spoken about yet, Richie Howson, very adept at making Saturdays himself, and he's finishing this week. Well, it's been in keeping what he's been doing on the seniors to be getting to finals and winning titles.
Yeah, he's never been noted as a big scorer, so finishing has got to be pristine when it comes to the man who does that a lot. And this week, he has spent a lot of time in Group A and Group B, and predominantly in the past, it's been half a week for Richie, but we've tested him this week. We've put him in the full week. He's passed with flying colours, in my opinion, even though he's had a few games that he would like to forget. His ability to finish games off with big checkouts has been biblical. 1-4-6s, 1-4-3s. These are not easy outs, but his ability to get rid of opponents in flashy style is just absolutely sensational. I've been really impressed with him. The one thing I'm looking at with West and with Howson in particular is just how their energy levels are coming into this Saturday night for day 6 of the week.
Well, let's get a little bit more detail about the task ahead of them. These are the groups tonight that they find themselves in. So Wayne Jones, Barry Copeland and Richie Howson in Group 1, Kciuk, Kciuk, Steve West and Kurt Parry in Group 2. The question is, Paul, who are we expecting to lose after the group stages?
Can you ask me another question? I mean,
it's just a quicker way of doing it, I suppose. It's not the nicest way.
You could probably go for Kciuk, Kciuk in the second group if you were looking at that from Monday. But now that we look at it from a weekly perspective after 5 days of evidence, you're looking at Kciuk probably being possibly the strongest because he was second in Group A. West was fourth, but he's trending in the right direction after winning Group C. Kurt Parry's the only person to have beaten Kciuk in Group B. It's an absolute nightmare to predict. And I'm sure that the odds compilers have had a pretty big headache today as well.
Yeah, well, you spoke about Kciuk, Kciuk. The bookies actually have him as the 5th favourite, so the second outsider in this field. They've gone with Steve West as a favourite, followed by Richie Howson and Wayne Jones, very much going with experience tonight. Do you think there could be something in that, or do you think there's a lot of value on that board?
I think sometimes the bookies tend to look at previous behaviours on Saturdays. So Kurt Parry being ahead of Kciuk, why is that the case? He's been here before, so he knows what it's like with the crowd here, with the temperature going up. Christoph is on debut. Barry's on debut. They don't know what this is going to be like tonight. It's going to be a new experience. But going with West as the favourite is no shock because he's succeeded here 4 times before. But if you are looking for value there, Kciuk's form has been excellent this week. If he can handle the occasion, there's no reason why he can't win.
Certainly. Please gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org. It is, of course, 18 plus. Right, the prize is not just the cheque and the trophy, but a place at Champions Week and a chance to join the 10 players that have already made it. Marvin van Velzen did it in super style last week, a 9-darter on the way. Yeah, we haven't had one on a Saturday yet. But which names really, at the moment, leap out to you as potential series winners?
Well, maybe people who have been to Champions Week before. So you look at Sykes, you look at Duff, you look at Jimmy Van Skee. But I think the most prevalent thing when it comes to a week on Monday is going to be who's in form right now. Whoever wins week 12 will be in form going into a second concurrent week. Whoever wins tonight will be in form. But don't discount Jimmy Van Skee, who has won a Challenge Tour event today, Tom Sykes, who has been to a final yesterday, Connor Scott, who has won a tournament in the last couple of days. They're the 3 for me, alongside Neil Duff, who desperately wants to win that series because it's the only thing missing.
And tonight, who do you expect to be taking that trophy away and getting their name on that list?
You know how sentimental I can be, whether it's darts or not. And somewhat selfishly, the story behind Steve West this week has been him coming back. Coming here 48 hours after getting married is a somewhat interesting thing to do in the first place. But if he can win the title tonight, it wouldn't just be him winning his first tournament as being a couple with Michelle. It would be an incredible comeback after a layoff that was very difficult for him. 5 weekly titles has not been achieved yet. If West can do it tonight, it's history. And sentimentally, I'm going to go for that.
Yeah, some story. You'll be narrating it alongside Henry Deacon. But the opening match features Wayne Jones, who wandered through to finals night by winning Group A earlier in the week. He's up against Barry Copeland here on debut. And Henry Deacon spoke to both players earlier tonight.
Well, Barry, at times this week, you've been absolutely superb, and it's looked like you've really settled on this stage on your debut.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Through some good stuff at times, other times not so good, but yeah, really comfortable.
What was the goals and expectations when you walked through on Monday morning?
Didn't really have any. I thought to myself at the start, if we get to Saturday, it'll be a major bonus. So I'm happy.
And some of your performances were absolutely immaculate. The 103 you had on Monday, and yesterday you really did, when it mattered, clicked into gear.
Yeah, whenever it comes to nitty gritty, I seem to be able to pull it out of the bag. Pardon the pun, but yeah, I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
So in terms of tonight, the fact that it's knockout, the fact it's a little bit more cutthroat, does that work in your favour a little bit more?
It's hard to say. Listen, the quality here is unreal. It'll all be on the night, you know. We'll see how it goes.
We wish you all the very best, Barry. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, Wayne, here we go again. Another Saturday night at the Super Series. This place feels a little bit like home now for yourself, doesn't it?
I'd like to think so. So far, I've done okay. Yes. Who knew? Who knew? Yeah, I came with not much expectation, but I threw all right today.
You said first thing on Monday morning there was no expectations. Yep. You didn't think you were playing too well. How do you feel that you have played over the 3 days?
I've had some really good games. My finishing has been a lot better than I thought it was, and I think that's one with the group. To be honest, my finishing. So yeah, I was pleased with that.
You've made it through to the Saturday every time and every time you've made it through, you've got to at least the final. What is it about this place that ticks for you?
Yeah, thanks for that. No pressure then. I've no idea. If I knew, I'd use it again. So it is what it is. If I play well, I've got a good chance. If I don't, I won't. There's no pressure on me. If I play well, I've got a real good chance of winning it.
You won Group A, and effectively tonight pretty much is a Group A. The only player who didn't play in that is Parry. So does that give you some kind of advantage, the fact that you know the players in the back room, and you know you've got a good record against those players in the back room?
Not really. It just shows we had a good group, because, I mean, 5 out of the 6, well, there's only 5 can get through anyway, and 5 have. So it shows we had a good group, so the standard was decent. So, yeah, I've got to come into it fairly confident, but you just never know.
Last time you were here, you won the title. How much would you like to do it for a second time?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, it would be great. Yeah, I would really like to win it.
Well, we wish you all the best, Wayne. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
is Tom Sykes.
The gentleman, Jim Law.
Richard Eric
Rowlands. Jimmy Van Ski.
It's the Milkman, Neil Shaw.
Paul Hogan.
It's the Pac-Man, Adam Paxton.
Connor Scott. Thomas Banks. Marvin Van Velzen.
Yeah, that's what it is all about, getting their hands on that trophy, that £25,000 check as well. Champions Week awaits 2 more finals nights, and it starts here. Incidentally, Jimmy Van Ski winning a Challenge Tour title today. Connor Scott won yesterday, so there are plenty of players in form in that Champions Week, but only one from tonight's Super 6 at the Super Series can join them. And the opening match is this battle between the Northern Irishman Parry Copeland and Wayne Jones, who, as mentioned, won on that stage in his previous visit to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Can the Wolverhampton Wanderer win again? A man who's been on the biggest stages with some success as well. As you can see, a former PDC World Championship semi-finalist. He takes on Parry Copeland, the ADC qualifier from Northern Ireland, who's here at finals night on his debut. Can the daddy get the job done here at the Live Lounge tonight? Paul Hinks will oversee proceedings and talking you through all of the action. It is Paul Nicholson alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And on what is the opening day of the Premier League football season, the 8th Modus Super Series reaches its business end. Only
Thank
2
you,
more
ladies and
names now
gentlemen.
to put
First leg
into the
wins
illustrious
is first.
Roll of
Game
Honour
on.
to see who is going to join the likes of Howson, join the likes of Scott Taylor, Jim McEwen, Luke Little a couple of times, Raymond Smith and Conan Whitehead as champions, grand champions in this building. Wayne Jones is a man who's
60.
tasted Champions Week before. He's looking to do so again up against Parry Copeland in a meeting of 2 former World Masters finalists. But who, Paul Nicholson, is going to be the master of Game 1?
44.
Good evening, Henry, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning in and spending your Saturday night with us. Or if you are tuning in from around the world, you might be spending your morning or afternoon with us.
60.
However, over the next 3.5 hours, we will find out who will be the winner of Week 11. As for the winner of Game 1, I have a suspicion that Parry
60.
Copeland now has nothing to lose. I think making Saturday in his debut week is a success on its own. So he, for me, is free rolling. Whereas someone like Jones,
26.
who has made Champions Week before, may be just shouldering a tiny bit more pressure than some of the others here tonight.
Well, if you look at the way the odds compilers have rated the chance of Parry Copeland all week, he's been free-rolling ever since Dart 1. He was a 28-1 shot at the beginning of the week. Only Alan Norris was pitched higher. And then after Group A, when he was put into Group C, he was rated at 33-1 with the bookies. And this really was one of the best meetings of the week when these two played in Group A, because on Tuesday, Parry Copeland lost this fixture despite averaging in excess of 102. This really was the epitome of a game where you can average less, but when on point,
100.
you can do some damage.
Just a little bit, because the difference in the averages was 17 points, and the lesser one won. So if you're a young player out there who
60.
loves statistics, look at that game and learn that it's not about the average. It's about just getting the win. And that's what it is about tonight. 4 games
28.
is all you need to win
Win
now,
your car,
but you might even
155.
just need to win 3.
Well, Jones first to finish. He's got 6 of 155. Job 19, the location for Dart 2, but not the execution with Dart 2. But he's
139.
left himself on double 8 upon his return. Copeland slow out the traps. Jones looks set to take leg 1. It's always an interesting dynamic when a player from Group A plays on the First game on a Saturday night because we don't quite know what nick they've been in the 2 days since we've last seen them.
Bed's covered.
8. Value car 109.
He surrounded that double 8. And he didn't find it. Can Copeland swoop in and take this first leg?
49.
He doesn't.
When you
And Jones has got a fresh target. Probably a good thing considering what he's just done on double 8. But he's wiring it. Is this setting
No
the
score.
tone for his night? He
Mario
cannot
Kart
believe
60.
the darts he's thrown. They've all been thrown well, but none of them have hit the target.
Wayne Jones has missed 6 darts to win leg 1. But it's not a leg that's in
When
the
you
pocket of
are
Barry
8.
Copeland. So both players now spurning an opportunity to take the opening salvo. Jones returns for double 4.
Game
And
shot
this
of the
time
first
he
leg.
finds. This time he
Wayne
fires.
Jones.
And this time Jones is 1 up.
Second leg Parry to through first. Game on.
Probably the right time to say that these are the 2 best doublers of the week, even after what we've just seen. Because these 2 have done something this week that you very
97.
rarely see. Jones, 42% on doubles in the first 3 days. Now, we do sometimes use words like elite.
140.
Trust me when I say this. 42% over 15 games is elite. Barry Copeland, 40% after 25 games.
40.
That's world class.
Well, if you look at the way... Excuse me, forgive me for it. If you look at the way Barry Copeland's played this week in comparison to the way that he's played the
55.
last 12 months or so, he's played well in excess of himself because he's played over the last 12 months to an average of 76.37. This week he's averaged 88.14. In terms of his doubling over the last 12 months, 31% compared to the 40% stats that he's harboured this week. And sometimes we see here, don't we, the Live Lounge players that once they step up on this hockey, they just find an extra gear. They find an extra get per
82.
level. And Barry Copeland's doing exactly that.
It's an easy thing to figure out. All you've got to do is compare this place and the other places they play.
140.
Predominantly, you are going to play your best darts here because you've got an elite practice room, which is temperature controlled. You know exactly when you're going to play. There's no
100.
uncertainty about
Value
that.
car 139.
And you've got lots of space on this stage with a referee, perfect lighting, perfect dartboard. There are no excuses. If you underperform, it's because you haven't performed.
53.
It's got
When
nothing
your
to
car
do with anything else.
124.
Be ironic after what happened in leg 1. If Jones can find a ton topper here, the bullseye for the 1-2-4
79.
is not going to go. And
Value
so
car
Copeland,
86.
looking at 86, may just be a dart at the ball to level up at 1-1.
It's going to be double 16 instead. And he can
Game shot of the
find
second leg.
what Wayne
Barry
Jones
Copeland.
couldn't. We are level in the first game.
Third leg Wayne to through
58
first. Game
ton
on.
plus finishes this week. My word, that's good. Seriously good. Only 7 ton plus averages though.
108.
You might think I'm nitpicking as we go into leg 3 with a maximum from Jones, but there have been certain weeks that have yielded a lot more than that, but we have had weeks
83.
in Series 8 that haven't yielded any. This has been one of the better weeks in this series. I will definitely put my hand on heart and say that.
It's been steady. And the reason I say that is if you look at the 6 players that are playing tonight, in terms of
100.
their overall stats for the week, there's just 2 points between them in terms of their averages. And every single player tonight is above 33% when it comes to their doubling stats.
100.
And towards the end of Group A, if you weren't tuning in on Wednesday, that's one of the best doubling days I've ever seen in this place. Everybody bar Krzysztof Kciuk was 40% or better.
100.
It was unreal.
Jones again, leaving himself on something in the 120 range, this time 121. And he's going to get a couple of cracks at it to move himself 2 on in front. But what he doesn't want to do is put himself in the mire that he left himself in during leg 1. Doesn't have to attack it. May go chopper 15 for double 8.
That takes away temptation.
85.
I think sometimes when that happens on dart 2, it's actually quite a good thing because it almost forces you to leave something like 32 or 36 or tops.
73. When you car 36.
And this is what he chose.
Getting shot on the third leg.
And it works perfectly so. The top right corner of the board is working well for Wayne.
Fourth leg Parry to through first. Game on.
Just monitor what he does for the rest of the night. Because if he has a choice on a small number, from what we've already seen in the 2 legs he's won, I think he's going to leave double 18 on
96.
purpose.
It's very interesting. I bumped into Rain Jones yesterday after the end of the afternoon session. He's still milling around the Portsmouth area during his 2 days off. And one of the things that he was saying to me was he was looking at possibly playing the Challenge Tours yesterday, just as something to keep him going whilst he was sat here in Portsmouth waiting to play another game of darts, which is quite interesting
94.
because if you look at his year, he's hardly played on the Challenge Tour. He's only played 4 events that I've been able to research, although he did get to a quarter-final in one of them, lost to Dragutin Horvat by 5 games to 3. No shame in that, considering the year Dragutin's having. Very much pitching his tent in areas slowly but surely. Not really committing to anything this year.
Not a lot of people here this week who have played the Challenge Tour.
99.
And that is completely normal because in putting week 11 together, it will have been done months ago, and people who are targeting the Challenge
100.
Tour will have said, I can't play that week. And many congratulations to Wesley Plazier, who's won this evening on the Challenge Tour, and Jimmy Van Ski, who won early this afternoon. A really
60.
good couple of days for the Dutch, with Alexander Merckx yesterday winning, and of course Connor Scott getting a win that took him to the top of the Order of Merit at the time.
Cherish what little we have left of Connor Scott, because I don't think we'll see him here next year.
We're definitely not going to see Wesley Plazier. He's going to the tour. Where are we going with this? Well, Jonah does like double 18.
101.
Is he going to get a shot at it for 3-1?
That's perfectly pitched for another to follow. Double 18. And that would have been a real tight turner. And if that went, Copeland's back would have been against the wall. But he has a chance to level up here.
Well, when he put his tongue out there, it was more like a Kiss concert in here. Brilliant. Really, really good from the daddy. Trying to cheer himself up, especially after West Ham lost a little bit earlier tonight to Aston Villa. Same colours. However, Wolverhampton Wanderers didn't have a very good day either, losing to a rather good Arsenal
59.
team.
Go on, Nico, get it out there. How did Newcastle start the season?
I thought you'd be happy about it. We beat the Saints.
60.
Or should I say we survived. And at the minute, that's what Barry Copeland is doing. He is surviving in this game because Jones could well be
100.
right in the distance.
Big crowd in tonight, and they are glued to every single dart.
There are a lot of Steve West fans in tonight.
140.
And there are some people in the crowd tonight who have travelled a fair distance as well. From Essex, Hertfordshire, the Midlands, London.
60.
Just keeping the trend going of what's happened over the last few weeks. But it's nice to see some youngsters in the crowd as well.
See a lot of players that play in the youth academy sometimes pop up. There's 1 or 2. Good to see a Portsmouth shirt in the crowd. Not being biased at all.
Now here's Copeland making his move.
Barry car 161.
This is the first time in the match that he has led on the Jones throw. He's made 161 his own number this week.
He's hit it twice already over the course of the last 5 days. Jones's throw is under all sorts of pressure. It's really the first time that a player's throw has been severely threatened in this match. Copeland did have a couple of darts to win leg 1, but that was after Jones made a bit of a mess of it. But this is gone into double 11.
No score.
It's a miss, it's a mess, it's a bust that really could undo the chances of Barry Copeland. Jones has got 2 in hand at double 16, and he does not pass the chance by.
Jones.
He has survived a severe break chance.
6-leg Barry to through first. Game
and
on.
now he's a leg away from the match.
If you're joining us for the first time on a Saturday night, we do welcome you to Saturday night finals action as we get very, very close to Champions Week now. Just a shade over a week away. 3 players in 2 groups. 2 group games per player.
135.
Win both your games, you win the group. Quite simple. But 2 players will progress from each group, giving us our semi-finalists. Win the group, you get the darts in the semi-finals as well.
100.
And you will take on the runner-up from the other corresponding group. Jones has been here. He's done it before. And when he was winning in Series 6,
59.
Week 9, beating Marino Michaels in the final by 4 legs to 1, he was starting to put together what is a very impressive record here in Portsmouth. He is now 3 from 3 in qualifying weeks
60.
in making it to Saturday. If he wins tonight, his record will read 3 weeks, 3 Saturdays, 2 wins.
140.
That's extraordinary.
Not just that, in the other week he played, he got to the final, lost to Matt Clark on that particular occasion. That was a quick-fire finale, that one.
140. When your car
167. Looking to finish this match off.
Coincidentally, the biggest finish of the week is 167 by Wayne Jones.
57. Barry car 81.
The question in the ether right now is, are we going the distance? Bullseye.
56.
Casts a shadow
When your car 110.
over the centre spot. And Wayne Jones now is looking to end this with 95 more. Oh, and he went 45 for Bull. Interesting play.
68.
Particularly because there was
Mario
nothing
Kart
particularly
25.
obscure. Well, there was nothing obscuring at all. Copeland 2-8s. Double 4.
Game shot on the
Clutch.
6-leg.
Clutch
Barry
from
Copeland.
Copeland, and we go the distance in our first game tonight.
7th and final leg Wayne to through first. Game on.
Still surviving in this game. Whoever wins this leg will get 2 very valuable points. But if we may say so,
95.
I think tonight is going to be very much like this. Toing and froing the entire time. I do not see dominance from one player. I just don't forecast it. But we've seen in the past
121.
people losing their first game 4-3, but they're still very much in it if they can win their next game. And in this group, it will
96.
be Howson against Copeland in game 3. Wayne Jones, by virtue of winning Group A, he has to wait until game 5 for his second match of the night.
140.
6 holes of throw so far, but Barry Copeland looking to provide the break at the most pivotal time. Jones is coming up dry at the worst possible
100.
time, but that's a big last dart. Just gives him a half-dart lead.
Just drink in the atmosphere right now. It's very placid. It's expectant.
100.
The atmosphere is going to change in the next game because there are people here from Wales for Kurt Parry. That's a monstrous 140. They've both got 5 140 plus scores in this first match. It's been a brilliant contest. And it may just end with Jones getting the points.
60.
Copeland unable to find a treble, but it may be academic in the end because Wayne Jones steps up. And it's going to have to be 16 ball here after that slip into the single 4. Bullseye for the match. Bullseye 45. For the win. But it grazes the 25 wire.
He has been hanging on the entire match for the possibility of one chance. And the chance he takes. Barry Copeland takes out the Group A winner in the first game of the night. Wayne Jones has still got a chance of getting through this group, but he's going to have to wait a long time before he can do anything about it. As for Barry, by the time Wayne comes back to the hockey, he might be through as the winner of Group number 1. There you see another disparity between averages. This time it's by 6 points. But that one goes to Northern Ireland. And now we take a short break before it's Poland against Wales to start Group 2.
Welcome back, and what an interesting start to the evening's action with Barry Copeland getting the better of Wayne Jones in a last leg decider in Group 1. The pair will return shortly to carry on that group, but we are going to turn our attention now to Group 2 and a meeting between two players that were tied on points in Group B earlier this week. It was a three-way tie between Howson, Kciuk and Parry, and the latter two are about to go toe-to-toe on the stage behind me, and Henry Deacon caught up with Kurt a little earlier.
Kurt, back again, once again at finals night here at the Super Series. You really do seem to find your best stuff now here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, it's obviously the more you play here, it doesn't get easier, but you sort of get used to the surroundings and everything, and feel a bit more relaxed now up there. So yeah, it's nice to do something close to what I can do.
In terms of this week, what would be your overall assessment of the way that you've played?
Quite inconsistent. Thrown some nice stuff, finished well on occasions, but it deserts me like normal. But No, I'm reasonably happy. Say, even though I don't feel like I play fantastic, still winning games, so you take the positives.
Must have been a weird dynamic as well with that Group B, because you had the 3 players on 12 points, but everybody beat each other once and then lost to each other once.
Yeah, it was weird. But it does happen. Again, tonight could be completely different. Very rarely goes the same way 3 times, but you never know.
In terms of this evening, you're becoming a regular in terms of getting through to a Saturday night final. Each of your previous 2 appearances, you've made the semi-final. So for yourself, is it about taking that next step now? Yeah,
I'm not too beholden on it. If I get there, then I do great, which is obviously what I plan to do. But it's not the end of the world if I don't. I can always come back and have another go, I hope.
Finally, the clobber, the shoes. What are they about?
I don't know. Paul keeps mentioning them, so thought I'd go a bit over the top tonight and, just see what you got to say tonight.
Strictly starts next week, but we see you on the stage
Oh,
tonight.
no, you won't see me
luck.
there. Thank you.
Wow, they are Bobby Dazzlers, aren't they? They are something special. Kurt Parry's shoes might just be the star attraction of the evening. Well, the task here is to get a foot in finals night. Parry taking on Kciuk, who he's actually beaten twice, as was referenced in that interview with Henry there. Both their meetings in Group B went the way of Parry, despite the fact that Kciuk won that group and despite the fact that they were tied on points. But the thumb could not get the better of Parry in that one. The pole here for the first time at finals night. A debut week for him has gone successfully, as for Parry. And those sparkling shoes. The 31-year-old Welshman is looking to put his first foot forward and win this match, and maybe he'll be a shoe-in for a semi-final spot. Maybe being the Achilles heel for Kciuk this week so far. Will that change here? I don't know if I've left anything for Paul and Henry to provide, but I'm sure they'll come up with something. Over to you guys.
Well, it's time for Kurt Parry to show his tungsten twinkle toes, isn't it, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on the thumb, Kciuk, for whom on debut has made it through to finals night, as Chris Murphy rightfully mentioned in that introduction. These two going toe-to-toe in Group B, and like every player who played in that group that came through tonight, have a 1-1 record against one another. For Kurt Parry, the man with, well, they really are a beautiful set, aren't they? Him and Kevin Painter, I think, would have a bit of a run for their money. Well, so Kciuk, as you can see in the background there, we'll just get some trainers out. But it doesn't matter what you're wearing as long as you look good and you feel good and you play good, Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, playing good is the most important thing, but I think a lot of snooker players and golfers and even cricketers would say if you look good, you feel good, and then you're more likely to play good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg,
Now, I don't want to go on too much about the shoes, but Kurt is right. I've made a great deal of his footwear over the last year or so. He has brought some incredible shoes here this week, saved his best for last, and even Kurt and his posse, we'll get onto that in a second, they're not going to tell us where he gets them. He doesn't want anybody to do what he does, but everybody wants to do that.
Well, put a sock in it, Nico, because we've got a game of darts to talk over, and Kurt Parry has started it beautifully. As has Kciuk.
I did say the atmosphere was going to be different during this game because we do have Welsh supporters in the crowd. But like you've just seen, we do have representation here tonight from the Farringdon Darts Academy. And there are a few young players in the audience. In particular, we have a young lady in the crowd in a blue shirt. She's called Lily. She's qualified for the JDC World Youth Championship this year. And there we have Woody and Lola as well.
46.
This could be a night that they don't forget, possibly being motivated for their darting futures. All for the price of a couple of quid.
Well, Matthew Edgar mentions how his trips to Blackpool to the World Match Play in the summer inspired him, and maybe the Super Series inspiring a different generation. We've got young bright sparks, the likes of Thomas Banks and Luke Littler under the age of 18 who won on this stage. Kciuk Age 44 is looking for the 105 to take out leg 1.
51.
Yeah, decent start of this game. Can Kurt do in the first leg what Copeland did in the last leg of the previous contest?
34.
We'll press pause on that one.
54.
Because Kciuk coming back, doubling just short of 35% for the week. Can he take the first leg on double 10?
Game shot on the first leg.
I'd like to say never in doubt, but he did keep us waiting until the very final dart of that visit. So, advantage, the thumb, and there's already something here tonight, Henry. Barry Copeland hadn't beaten Wayne Jones this week until tonight. Now, Kciuk is looking to do exactly the same against Parry because, like Chris Murphy said, Kurt has beaten him twice in the last couple of nights. How many times do we see it? Somebody bosses somebody during a group situation Monday to Friday, and then come Saturday, everything changes.
We've seen it on Saturday nights where a player will lose in the group stage to a certain opponent. Then when it comes to the final, the exact opposite result occurs.
140.
Parry's a player for whom semi-finals has been the hurdle he's struggled to get over. He's done it in each of his previous 2 appearances here. And for a player of his ability and his quality, and I think it's improving once again, it feels like now's the right time to take that next step on his journey.
I'd have to agree. His 2 semi-finals, he's lost to Darren Webster and Tom Sykes
90.
in concurrent series in 6 and in Series 7. So here, a series later, towards the end of this campaign, I think if he makes the final tonight,
58. Kurt
that in itself is good progress. But when you get to the final match, you don't want to lose it. Double 16.
59.
Big chance for Kciuk,
48.
whose biggest finish has been 121 most of the week. And that is going to remain the case for now.
So Parry for the chance to give us parity in this contest. Double 16 to square us up at 1-1. And Kciuk is left himself on a double for the break. He's not going to get a go at it because Parry finds double 16 with dart 16 and level we are at 1-1.
Through first. Game on.
Remember how we said that 2 players came into Saturday night averaging pretty much the same,
43.
but their doubles had been better than anybody else. That was Jones and Copeland. If you look at Parry, his doubles are 39%.
65.
Well, Robin Hoods don't get any more elongated than Kurt Parry because those darts are more like javelins.
$140.
Who do you think is the biggest story tonight?
100.
West. And that's on a twofold basis. A, the return after the layoff, and B, the fact that a lot of this crowd in the auditorium this evening are here to watch him
84.
play. Friends, family, some of whom he hasn't seen for years, are in the auditorium cheering him on tonight to see whether he can become the first
58.
player to win 5 qualification weeks. He would be tied with Neil Duff on 5 titles altogether. Duff has won 4 qualification weeks and he's won a double start week. If we're going to be really pedantic about how titles are lifted here.
100.
Well, let's put it this way. If West is in Champions Week with Duff, they could be on a collision course. In the best possible sense,
85.
I might add. Because they will be possibly talking to each other about setting history. We'll get to Steve West come game 4. He's in this group. Double 16.
118.
This game is already following the same pattern as game 1. Holes of throw. Dominance by the people throwing first.
16.
One left. Doesn't go, and it's the
No
second
score.
time we've seen a dart at double 8
53.
go into the double 11. And for Parry, this is a real break chance, a opportunity probably didn't expect to get, but an
33.
opportunity he has been able
Christoph
to
Lucar,
pounce
16.
upon.
That really was a big chance for Kurt. The margins are so fine on a Saturday night in these groups. It's knife-edge darts.
Eight.
And Kciuk is making
Lucar,
mistakes that he's not
20.
been making the last couple of days. Kurt's got to pounce.
But the doubling is wild
Game shot
up
on the third
until that
leg.
point.
Kurt Parry.
But Kurt Parry won't care because he's got the break. He moves 2-1 to the
Kurt
good.
is first. Game on.
He moves halfway towards the victory post and moves himself into a position where he can take full authority of this match.
96.
For Christoph, it was missed doubles that played his campaign on Monday, but was able to turn it around on Tuesday and Wednesday. But he's got less time to
57.
turn it around here compared to his Group A campaign.
Let me illustrate just how fickle the Modus Super Series can be.
180.
There's a little bit of a reaction after that 180 from Kurt. He fancies this, doesn't he? This is how fickle it can be, and we're going to use Christoph as the example.
45.
He has not beaten Kurt Parry in the last couple of days. In fact, Kurt was the only player
100.
to beat Christoph in Group B. But if you rewind a little bit more at the start of week 11, Christoph has beaten Steve West every time
60.
they've played.
Kurt Lucar, 125.
That's why this group was so hard to predict.
Well, Parry's taken the breaker throw in the previous leg
57.
and ran river because Kciuk is nowhere to be seen. As a matter of fact, if you look at the stats, they're nowhere to be seen. 8 missed darts are a double for Kciuk, but there's an 11-point gap in the averages in Kurt's favour, and there could be a 2-leg gap
100.
in Parry's favour
Kurt
here. Or at
Lucar,
least there should be
68.
from this point onwards. He's got 6 on 68.
One player is playing to type, one isn't. And the
Game
person
shot
who's
of the
playing to
fourth
type
leg. Kurt
is
Parry.
3-1 up.
Fifth leg,
May I
Christoph
ask you the
is
same
first.
question
Game on.
that Chris Murphy asked me earlier about this group? Is it about experience in this group, or is it about form? Because if it's on form,
140.
Christoph gets through. If it's on experience, he doesn't. Do you concur with that?
58.
I really don't know with this group. I think it's so evenly matched on paper. So evenly matched on paper that it felt like it was the games in this group, at least anyway. It was going to be
60.
one moment that changed it, and it may well be those misses from Christoph Kciuk on the double 8, Parry breaking. That's the difference in this particular contest.
And
99.
maybe something else that we haven't witnessed until now or even thought of. Christoph in his first game gets the person who he hasn't beaten this week. No matter the result of this game, the person after that is the most supported. He will feel like a lone wolf out there. But from 3-1 down, he has responded.
60. Christoph Lucar, 121.
He's got time, he's got space to take out leg 5. And this is his highest finish of the week, the 1-2-1. He's had 6-ton plus jaggers, but they've all been in the lower echelons, all in the lower ranges.
Don't get the maths wrong this time.
94.
He made a silly mistake a few days ago when he had 62 left. He went for 20s and he thought he was on 72. It cost him a match.
40. Christoph Lucar, 27.
Missing that single 9 in the previous visit, it shouldn't cost him.
This is where it went wrong a couple of legs ago. Now chasing double 4.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Brings it back to
Christoph
3-2,
Kciuk.
but what Christoph can't control is the fact that Kurt here
Six leg
has
Kurt
the
is
dart to
reversed.
take this
Game
match
on.
out, to take a 4-2 win, which would mean that he'd only need 3 legs in his second game to progress himself through. If you're new to this
134.
format, to get through to the semi-finals, You need 2 points and a positive legs difference. If everything's level, points and, well, it'd be all players on 2 points, then
81.
a 9-dart shootout determines the 2 players that would make it through to the semi-finals.
And Kurt's already done that in his Modus Super Series career.
100.
Alongside Jimmy Van Schie, that epic night in the previous series where that 9-dart shootout was between Kurt, Jimmy and Pilgrim.
Haven't seen Dowell since, but we will see him on Monday. Kurt Parry could be seeing this game through in as little as 6 darts, but he needs to find a treble here.
97.
Does so to leave himself on the fish.
Christoph is not leaving a finish.
97. Kurt Carr 170.
This is the ideal situation. He can get rid of it in 6.
125.
And that's worked out pretty well because now he's got options. He can leave whatever double he wants, apart from the bullseye.
He looks a man so assured of himself right now, does Kurt Parry.
58.
He's off to defend
Kurt
his
Carr,
Champion of
45.
Champions title next week in Cardiff. He may well do it as the weekly winner. And that double 16 puts his Saturday night campaign off to a perfect start. Kurt Parry gets the better of Christoph Kciuk by 4 legs to 2. It means he'll only need 3 legs in his next game against Steve West to confirm progression into the final 4. That's how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Parry beating Kciuk by 4 legs to 2. We'll now head back into Group 1 on the other side of this short break as Barry Copeland takes on Richie Howson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12. As in, and the match. Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180! With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style!
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cook!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
But we've never had a 9-dart finish on a Saturday finals night here at the Modus Super Series. But if anybody is going to achieve that incredible feat tonight, then maybe it would be Parry, who has one of those sparkling shoes into the semi-finals after that win before the break. The same could be said for Barry Copeland, who got the better of Wayne Jones earlier on this evening. A victory here against Richie Howson for Copeland, and he would be the first through to the final four. It's the first outing for the Owl tonight. Howson in action on a Saturday once again at the Super Series, having come through Group B. He's been here all week for the first time. Is he gonna crown it in glory? We will find out. But first, he's been speaking to Henry Deacon.
Richie, the full 5 days for yourself for the first time here at the Super Series. First of all, have you found the marathon of this format?
Yeah, it's been very, very tiring. Just not really used to playing that amount of darts for 5 days on the trot. But it is what it is. You've got to just get yourself back to being as fresh as you can and crack on the next day.
How would you assess the week so far? Has it been a case of maybe a slow start Monday, Tuesday, and then improving from there?
I just feel it's been a very indifferent week. I've played some good darts, had some good finishing, but I've also played some bad darts, a lot of loose darts. So yeah, really, it's been a bit of both, to be honest with you. Really pleased to be here Saturday night, and just got to hope that my better game comes out tonight.
Back into a finals, like your record in getting here really is superb. Is the next hurdle now trying to win one of these?
Yeah, definitely. And we all know how hard they are. I mean, we've got such a hard group against tonight, like it is every Saturday night. We've got 5 guys from Group A, which I think is the most that can go through out of Group A. So we had a good group all week. So maybe we've all tested each other and hopefully for a good night.
The fact that you've played every player in this group, does that give you a distinct advantage that you know everybody in there, you've played, and there's no surprises for yourself?
No, that is true. I mean, I never played Barry before, not played Kurt before, so you get to have a feel of how they play, and they all played bloody well, so it's going to be really tough. But I think Saturday's a different day, so you could be good one day, beat someone, the next day they good and beat you, so you never know.
Steve's got a lot out there this evening. Has the Owl Army made the trip down?
Not really. I mean, my wife's in. She's pretty loud sometimes. But I'm sure Steve's not be shouting at me when I'm not playing him.
We wish you all the best. Richie, good luck.
Thanks, Henry.
He will take it out.
He has. It's absolutely brilliant from the Owl. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Richie Howson knows what it takes to win on a stage, having been crowned the World Seniors Champion of Champions in Blackpool back in March. But can he win on the Modus Super Series stage for the first time on a finals night? He takes on the daddy, Barry Copeland, who got off to a stonking start with that joy over Jones, winning that match against Wayne Jones in a last leg decider earlier this evening. And that means that if Copeland can do the double and defeat Richie Howson here, he will be through to the semi-finals. What a debut that would mark for Barry Copeland. Came through the ADC vault system to qualify over in Northern Ireland, and he's certainly making the most of the opportunity. The 51-year-old looking to end this week with a dream result. As for Richie Howson, 58 years of age, as mentioned, the champion of champions on the seniors circuit, but can he claim the crown tonight? In fact, if he wins this match 4-0 or 4-1, he will be through with a game to spare. And guiding you through all the action this evening, it is back to Paul and Henry.
Thank you, Chris. And so the question is this: is it finally the night of the Owl? Richie Howson has been here in every single Modus Super Series. He has made it to a final before, but he's yet to cross the finishing line here at the Live Lounge.
Game on.
He takes on Barry Copeland, who is just enjoying a dream debut, is the daddy. It went up another notch when he got the better of Wayne Jones in the first game of the evening session 4-3. He knows if he wins, he's through. Whatever
60.
the scenario, he's in a very good suit. Effectively, only a 9-dart shootout is going to severely derail his hopes.
85.
If we're going to get a 9-dart shootout tonight, that's going to mark the end of week 11 as one of the
59.
premier weeks that we've ever had. Both of these guys, West Ham fans. I'm sure they've had a lot to talk about this week. But they were split up
100.
after Wednesday. The Owl went to Group B after finishing in the top 3 the first 3 days of the week. Because he finished third, and then he finished third in Group B as well. He's looking to go at least one better than that tonight to give himself a chance of winning the weekly title.
Sure, it's not the first time that 2 West Ham fans have been
60.
split up in history.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Copeland wasn't at his vintage best, but did enough to cross the finishing line, which he has been able to do at points this week. Yes, he's had the really good stuff, the 103 averages, which he actually hit against Richie Howson on Monday, but he's also been able
60.
to win games that maybe at points were a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, I'm glad you referenced that Monday win for Parry against Richie. But since then, Howson has beaten Copeland
40.
twice. But that really does seem like a long time ago. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since Wednesday lunchtime. And I think Richie was typically honest in that interview with you, Henry.
100.
Honest in saying he's played some good darts this week, but he has played a few sketchy games too. Tonight is where you've got to put everything together.
But if the truth be told, that's been the story of the week.
97.
But one of the
Richie
key holes for Howson this week has been his correlation in terms of triple 20 to double 18. That's a lovely inviting guy for the trouble with dart 2, which would have afforded him one at double 8.
56.
And it would have been for the break of
60.
foes. Unable to find, leaves himself tops if Copeland can't take out the 60.
Great single. Doesn't have to move for tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Parry Copeland.
Somebody is starting to feel very comfortable on this
Second leg,
stage.
Richie
His
to third
6th
first. Game
consecutive day in his debut week. It's gone well tonight for one debutant at the start. It's gone badly for the other. Because if Kciuk
100.
does not beat Steve West in Game 6 of the night, he's out. But by the time we get to that game, it could be a bit more intricate.
81.
But all 3 players in Group 1 have lost a World Masters final of some sort. Richie Howson lost the World Seniors Masters final, Copeland and Jones in the Windmill World Masters. But we do have a World Masters champion in the crowd because Tony West, brother Steve, is in the auditorium this evening. He won that competition in 2003.
140.
I feel like we've mentioned the World Masters an awful lot tonight. But I suppose Tony being in the building is a reminder that it can be won.
100.
Not just that, he's been in 2 finals in consecutive years.
Well, he actually told us when we spoke to him last week that if it wasn't for the final in 02, he wouldn't have won it in 03.
100.
Small matter of beating Raymond van Barneveld for that title as well, which I'm sure adds a cherry on the top of it.
Well, Copeland here is severely threatening the break of
55.
foe, and because Howson's been able to come with anything tangible, as we have another look at Tony West Jr. and Senior in the background. They'll be supporting Steve in the next match against Parry, but Copeland here
68.
not playing at his vintage best, but it's been good enough so far. Howson hasn't really got out of the traps in this contest.
And the last time he was here on a Saturday night, it didn't go particularly well for him.
60. Parry 112.
And for the first time, he is playing his 6th consecutive day here. I just wonder what his engine feels like. Copeland for tops.
92.
There you see those
Richie
darts
Carl
leaning to the right-hand
126.
side. But unfortunately, that one a good half an inch short. Richie needs to start finding something that will get him going in the right direction. Unfortunately now,
54.
it's not going to be one of those characteristic finishes that we've seen plenty of this week.
Howson isn't hitting, so it means he's got to be hoping. Hope may spring eternal. Because
15.
Copeland cannot find the double five.
72.
You think about it logically, Howson actually has 2 chances to get through now. If he loses to Copeland, it's a straight shootout with Jones in game 5.
56.
But he will not be buoyed by the fact that a lot of his darts have missed by some distance in the opening couple of legs.
2 2s for 2-0. Up for double one.
No score.
You could hear it clip the flight of dart 1 and then drag below as a result. This would be a get out of jail free card for Richie Howson. Make no mistake about that. He should be 2-0 down. He has no right to be level. But one apiece is the score.
Let's tell you a bit of a tale about week 11 then. Let's talk about the now first. The averages in this game at the start are not great.
100.
But if you want proof, in fact, more proof than we've already offered in the first game of the night, as to why averages mean very, very little, this week, the person
100.
who has averaged the best throughout their campaign isn't here. Alan Norris, for the week, albeit 2 days, averaged 90.65
82.
and isn't here on Saturday night. When was the last time somebody who was the only person averaging over 90 that isn't here? I don't ever remember that happening.
140.
But you look at a lot of the players that are playing this week, they're all very experienced campaigners. A lot of them come from that old school train of thought that they won't care about averages, they'll just care about results. These two very much in that mould as 1 or 2 people get a little bit overexcited.
They thought it was a max.
131.
Things are starting to change scoring-wise here. Howson is starting to find 2 treble visits.
How one let-off can then lead
59.
something much,
Richie
much
Carr,
bigger.
130.
Howson should be 2-0 down, but he could find himself 2-1 up if he could find the 130. That first dart was not a nice sightener for dart 2. So Copeland will return, looking to climb the ladder and to put himself back in front 2-1.
No treble means no chance.
60. Richie Carr, 89.
No trebles needed here. But he gets one anyway. 2 8s.
Game shot on the third
And he
leg.
converts. He
Richie
has turned this
Howson.
around. After all, this group might be taking a very sinister twist.
Game on.
Wayne Jones will be a very interested spectator in the practice room right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's sitting with his feet up watching
100.
this one, and his next practice dart will be when the next match is on.
He has got that luxury.
100.
You can just tell by the facial expressions on Barry's face that he's just trying to eke anything he possibly can out.
140.
Richie's disappointed with that because I would say 95 times out of 100 he hits a maximum there.
$55.
Barry's losing control of this game. And Richie's got to recognise that this is his chance to cause a bit of Group 1 chaos.
55.
He's having to work very, very hard for everything he's getting.
how this game has swung on those
60.
missed opportunities that Copeland had to make it 2-0. The picturesque live lounge in Portsmouth where every single patron is hooked to the edge of their seats.
97.
Even winning 4-3 in that first game, Copeland, who has not been to a Saturday before, I'm sure he's watched plenty of times.
100.
But you're nowhere near safe.
109.
Nowhere near. Unless you win again. Or if somebody does you another favour.
Well, it's Copeland that gave
85.
Howson the favour, and from that point onwards, Howson has won with it. He's left himself double 12 to move 3-1 to the good and to move one leg away from a
100.
win which
Richard
would put him
Carr,
so
24.
close.
That's actually a really good marker. Really, really good. It doesn't look like it from that angle, but I assure you, he loved that.
Parry to through first.
If you go low on the outside with his angle of attack, he can just lay it a little bit right, and it worked perfectly.
And you'll love the read of the scoreline because it reads Howson 3, Copeland 1.
60.
And it almost looks desperate now, doesn't it, for the daddy?
Time is running out because you want things to be in your hands. If you get the first 2 games of Group 1,
100.
you go out there, and if you don't win both of your matches, you're going to have to wait. And it's going to be a very nervous
58.
wait. If you win your first game tight, and then you lose by a distance, it's an even more nervous wait.
Talking about nervous waits.
100.
A lot of them in that crowd are waiting patiently to see the arrival of Steve West. He'll play in the next game against Kurt Parry, and it looks like it's going to be a game that's going to take place very quickly because it just feels like Barry Copeland's
60.
running out of steam here. There's the West contingent.
Most of them last week were still all together, but at a very different place,
91.
celebrating something else. This has got to be good. It is good.
Richard Carr, check. 100.
Good sportsmanship there from Barry. That's the done thing. But as this situation progresses, it needed to be better than 100.
145.
It's going to be match point Howson.
Copeland, who did all the hard work to beat Wayne Jones in game 1. He may see all that hard work evaporate here if Howson can win this 4, and he'd then be hoping that the Owl beats the Wonder in the last
65.
match of the group. For this to win the middle match of Group 1. Tops of the match, it's just about in. But there was full conviction about that one. And Richie Howson's on the board. It was a slow start for the seniors champion of champions. Barry Copeland missed numerous opportunities to make it 2-0. And from that point onwards, Howson really kicked into gear. He gets over the line 4-1, an average of 85. 4 from 7 on the doubles. Copeland 1 from 8 on the outer ring. He's going to have to wait and await his fate. For Howson, he is pretty much there now. Coming up after the break, Kurt Parry takes on Steve West.
Welcome back. Well, one more player to appear this evening, and that is Steve West, a man who has won on that stage plenty of times before, four in fact, looking for a record at the Live Lounge, and he's doing it after a big layout. He had an operation, has been out of the sport for months, almost half a year since Steve West been able to play competitive darts. Maybe it showed earlier this week. He worked his way into the week, and that's after getting married last Saturday. Well, he's out of the chapel, into the church, and earlier tonight he caught up with Henry Deacon.
Steve, it's been 8 months since you've seen you here at the Super Series, but it's felt like you've never been away the last few days.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it again, to be honest. I didn't know what to expect from myself, and getting to the Saturday's a little bit of a bonus, if I'm honest. But, you know, once I got into the swing of things, then the will to win came back, and I sort of plodded through on Group C.
Was this week more performance-based than it was results-based because of the time you've had out?
Yeah, it's more like knowing where I'm at. And I know where I'm at. I'm all over the place, and then I'm brilliant, and then I'm all over the place. So I've just got to work on getting the consistency back. But other than that, the rest of the game's there.
At times, it's been really good. Have you felt, though, as well, that you've got better as the week's gone along?
Yeah, you got more. First of all, obviously I was nervous Monday, Tuesday, even into Wednesday. I was just still a little bit nervous, and it's unlike me. I don't really do nerves much, especially in an environment like this. But it sort of got to me a little bit because I didn't know where I was and what I was going to throw like. So that sort of rocked me a little bit. But once I knew my destination was C, I was focused on that.
Going into tonight, will this feel a little bit like muscle memory? Because we know what your record's like here, we know how well you played, and we know that you enjoy playing in front of a crowd, and tonight's going to be a very poignant one as well for yourself in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I've got all the family here, including my kids from Holland and stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit, I don't know, emotional maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I've just got to screw my head on and go for it. And muscle memory ain't there, by the way. That's what I lost over 7 months. So I've just got to work on that and get it back.
If you were to be successful this evening, would this be the one that would mean the most when you consider everything about it, the hips, or the fact that you've got family here this evening as well?
Yeah, all of that, because, you know, I didn't even think I'd throw again. Like the way things was going, I thought I'd be out for 2-3 months. Mm-hmm. It turned into 7, 8. And I just thought, you know, well, if I don't throw again, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm still here and I'm back, and it's good.
Still fighting. Steve, we wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thanks, Henry.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Gains on the first leg.
He's promised it all week. Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart finish.
Oh, how we've missed him. Steve West at the Modus Super Series. It's been a match made in heaven. And he's been off with that lengthy layoff. We didn't know really which direction his career was going to go in, as he described to Henry Deacon in that little conversation there. But now he's back, and he's looking to be back with a bang. West, who has had so much success at the Live Lounge before, including those 2 9-dart finishers that were part of that VT. He takes on Parry, a mercurial talent who is looking for a victory in this one to secure his spot at the semi-final stage. And in fact, 3 legs will do it for Parry. Steve West looking for a win himself to put himself in the best position to make it through. A 4-0 win would see him through with a game to spare. It has been an incredible week for Steve West, and it could be bookended in the most remarkable way. He got married last Saturday. Here he is in an old church a week later, and he was the groom a week ago. Could he be the best man tonight? Well, in commentary, always our best man at the Modus Super Series, Paul Nicholson, and always the bridesmaid, Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris.
140.
Well, enter to the stage the man with the best record in terms of making it through to Champions Week in the history of the Modus Super Series. Steve West has only played in 4 Super Series prior to this week, and he has qualified for the Champions Week in each and every single one of them. He takes on Parry, who
60.
already this evening has ran out a 4-2 victory against Kciuk, so just 3 legs will be enough for him to make it through to the semi-finals for a third consecutive occasion. He'll be hoping to cross that hurdle, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for Steve West, we didn't quite know what to expect
59.
come Monday morning following an 8-month layoff due to hip surgery. But as the week's gone along, as to have his performances in the right direction. Overall, 87.25 his average for the week, 36% in terms of his finishing. The scoring 3 points down compared to his 12-month stats. His finishing pretty much no different to what we've come to expect of him. But it's the big
81.
question now. How does he deal with Saturday night? Not just in front of a crowd, but in front of a lot of people that mean a lot to him that may not have seen him in the flesh
95.
for a long, long time.
Time will tell, and he knows better than anybody here tonight what Saturdays are all about. The intricacies, the small margins.
122. Kciuk 146.
But he's got maximum information coming into this match.
34.
What I mean by that is
Kciuk
everybody's played before he
118.
has. He can see what people are doing. 18 for tops. He's been hitting it all week. And Team West love that start.
Game on.
And like Chris Murphy said, a 4-0 victory will put West into the semis without even needing to beat Krzysztof Kciuk in Game 6. But you're right, Henry. With his brother
75.
here, with his dad here, with his new wife here, his kids are here. This is not just a regular Saturday night for Westy. This is an
59.
occasion.
There is the West clan. There's brother Tony. There's his wife Michelle in the background, who's been enjoying a honeymoon in Portsmouth over the last week or so.
You see, Michelle, he takes you to all the best places. It'll all be worth it if he's got his fingerprints on that trophy for a 5th time.
And it's fair to say that Steve West's honeymoon period with the Modus Super Series hasn't really ended, has it? Started in 2023 when he lost his tour card, hit the ground running, and ever since he has become an irresistible force of nature here at the Live Lounge. And he's becoming an irresistible force here for Kurt Parry.
93.
He's averaging 107 and has left himself on 146 after 9. He's already got the break in leg 1, and he's got 6 darts from here to open up a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all.
He is the biggest 180 hitter of the week for 2 reasons.
47.
1, he's played the most games, which gives him the more opportunities to do it.
59. Steve Dakar 99.
And 1 is because he is a huge 180 hitter. 34 in 25 and a bit games. Oh, he's on it tonight. My word. Team West love that. It's 30 darts for the first 2 legs. It's an obliterating start. And he's already possibly halfway to the semis if he can replicate what he's already done.
There's certain places with certain players for whom there are matches made in heaven. Martin Adams and Lakeside springs to mind. Phil Taylor and Blackpool spring to mind.
85.
And maybe for Steve West, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth is his home. He's kind of insinuated, hasn't he, at times, that he feels like this is his
58.
darting mecca. This is the place that when he turns up to play, he finds his best.
He's had a lot of opponents this week. But this is the first time he's played Kurt.
45. $134.
Wouldn't have been surprised if Steve went on the stage with shades on just to make sure he isn't dazzled in the eye by those shoes. But one thing is dazzling more than anything else. It's the standard.
133.
More than shoes sparkle on the stage here
30.
on Saturday nights. That could be an invitation from Kurt. That's a bad visit, and it is symptomatic of something that happened yesterday. He, alongside Keelan Kay, was dragging the darts left of target. And you can't afford to do that against an elite talent.
He has been downplaying his chances on day one. He's tried to
59.
downplay it
Steve
tonight
McCann,
as a see
58.
as to where we go type thing. I don't think we're going to be doing that much longer, Steve, because you're looking at Tots with a 3-0 lead and a 14 darter on the back of the 2-15s that he had in the first two legs. He's 3-0 up, he has the darts of a 4-0 win. Kurt Parry just has a glance at him as to say, why are you playing like this, pal? Why against me?
It's a compliment because he knows how dangerous you are.
121.
This could be an awful result for Krzysztof Kciuk.
41.
But Kurt can do no more. Possibly at the end of this leg. And I think there are certain things that might mean more to Steve tonight than even winning.
100.
His little boy's in the crowd. He doesn't even live in this country.
140.
The fact that he's here tonight to see his dad playing like this, it's not a complete job. But he's a proud man and he would love to put on a display.
46.
And he's wearing a Spurs shirt. Chip off the old block.
Steve wins tonight.
40.
Don't expect there to be a dry eye in the house, particularly on that stage.
If you aren't aware, that means come on you Spurs.
64.
Or maybe it means come on you Steve.
82.
This would be the most
170.
ridiculous way to send yourself into the semi-finals.
He's only been on the stage for 8 minutes, and yet Steve West could be into the semi-finals, but he's not going to net the big fish.
105.
Kurt Parry has been absolutely bulldozed in this contest. He may have done the damage with that 4-2 win against Krzysztof
58.
Kciuk,
Steve
but this
McCann,
game has been
65.
all about one man, and that man's been Steve West, the 4-time weekly winner, who is most certainly putting the wheels in motion towards a
Game show of the
5th
match, Steve
weekly
West.
title, and it is a 4-0 win against Kurt Parry, which, as far as he's concerned, is as good enough to put him through to the semi-finals as anything else could be. He gets the better of Parry by 4-0. For Kurt, he's got to hope that Steve does something likewise against Krzysztof Kciuk in the final game of the pool stages. 4 from 4 on the doubles. He kicked off with a ton plus checkout. His average just under 97. West beats Parry 4-0. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Richie Howson in action up against Wayne Jones. 2 stars of the World Seniors Tour going toe-to-toe.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is.
And the match.
It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Thank you very much for all taking part in the 9 coaches today. Actually, a little bit different this week. There's actually 2 winners. We have Matthew Phillips and also Dan F. who could both make it to the station. Congratulations to Matthew.
And that is Matthew, who won a signed dartboard, and Dan, who won some Steve West signed flights and stems, both by playing the 9 Dart Challenge, which can be played every week here at the Live Lounge backstage. But on the stage at the Super Series this evening, here is what's happened so far. Parry, Copeland and Richie Howson getting victories in Group 1. Howson, with that 4-1 win, actually through to the semi-finals. Steve West also threw the 4-0 win over Parry, and it's pretty simple actually in the final couple of group games. Any win for Wayne Jones puts him through. Any win for Kciuk puts him through, and if the other player wins those matches, of course, Copeland and Parry will progress. So we come to Richie Howson against Wayne Jones here, the pair of them on the stage, ready to play the final group game of Group 1, and guiding you through the action, one of the names on that signed dartboard, Paul Nicholson, alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, I didn't get that invite. Cheers, Chris. Here we go. Game 5 of our session. Howson and Jones. And, well, this is fairly simple. Parry Copeland is waiting in the wings, and he is hoping for a Richie Howson win in this particular encounter. If Wayne Jones can win this one, then he will be safely into the semis. That is how this one's going to pan out. And for Richie, his first game against Parry Copeland relied on one moment. It was in leg 2. Copeland was 1-0 up in the contest, spurned a number of opportunities to move 2 legs ahead. Howson took advantage of that and then reeled off the 3 thereafter. As far as Wayne Jones is concerned, he was involved in a nip and tuck battle with Parry in the opening game of the night. The first 6 legs all going with throw before Copeland broke in the decider. And for Wayne, if he's going to keep up this superb record of at least getting through to a final on a Saturday night in every single appearance here, he has to win this match.
It's one of the best things about the next couple of games. Things are fairly simple.
60.
Wayne's had to wait a long time to come back to the hockey here. It could have been even longer had it not been for West's vintage performance against Parry. Shortest game of the night by some distance. That record that Wayne has is exceptional.
49.
But is it sustainable? That's the question now. And you've got to give Howson credit. He wasn't playing particularly well at the start of that game against Copeland, but he figured it out, didn't he?
Well, this is where Richie is in terms of his career at this stage of his darting life. He has found different ways of winning darts matches, and that's come from all the experiences that he's had on the World Seniors Tour over the last couple of years, playing here 8 times. He has learnt a lot. He's been hitting a lot, but he's not going to find the 151. But he has got acres of time to take out this opening leg. He's left 60 after 12, and Wayne Jones has been nowhere to be seen.
Not yet.
100. Kciuk 60.
In his first game, his doubles were typically good. 4 from 7. And that's a really good find. He spent a lot of time this week hovering around 50% on his doubles. He's had multiple daily campaigns this week where he's been 50% or better, and that is better than world class, if that makes any sense.
40.
We've spoken so often about players playing to type, and Richie Howson has pretty much done that this week. His numbers for the last 12 months, an average of 86.41, 36% when it's come to his finishing. So far this week, he's averaged for 87.16 and has been 37% on his finishing. He is playing to type.
85.
He is the moniker of consistency, is the Owl. But is he going to be the prized Owl later on this evening?
57.
We do have a pattern of fixtures tonight, and it's something that Wayne Jones should recognise. Everybody has won tonight against the throw.
55.
And that's exactly what Jones needs to do. It's their 4th meeting of the week. They haven't played since
60.
Wednesday, because that was the point where Wayne won his group, and Richie had to stick around. But it is Jones who has won 4-1 twice on Monday and on Wednesday.
95.
In the middle, there's a 4-2 victory for Howson. What Wayne would give to win the next 4 legs and have a third 4-1 victory of the week.
45.
Well, he's been given somewhat of an opening in this leg. Howson unable to do anything from 2-4-4 in terms of a setup turn. And so Jones here has 6 on 2-2-6 to square this
59.
game up. Has left himself on 1-6-7. Howson now looking to leave it handy. Looking to find the break. Looking to do what Copeland couldn't do against him and open up a 2-0 lead.
He initially thought about going for a maximum there.
138.
And I think after that he was caught in two minds as to whether to go for the 13s or the 19s.
He's not going to find a 1-6-7 when he needed it the most. And so Howson comes back
57.
for 61 to double his
61.
advantage.
The Wanderer right now is wandering around the stage looking fairly forlorn. Double 16. Sees the Owl double the lead. Things are looking fairly bleak for Wolverhampton's best.
Music to the ears of Barry Copeland. For Howson, this would dot the I's and cross the T's for him. It would ensure he tops the group,
60.
which would, if you are new to us here at the Modus Super Series, give you the advantage of throw in your respective semi-final. The winner of Group 1 will have the advantage of throw against the runner-up of Group 2 and vice versa.
55.
They played roughly 10 minutes after the final pool match is played, and then for the final there is a straight bull-up in the practice room to determine who's going to have the advantage of darts in the final.
60.
You're almost guaranteed drama in the final match as well, because in this series we've had at least 6 legs in every final, and the majority of those have been 7 legs.
45.
But that's for later. Richie has been to a final though. Lost out in Series 6 in a week to Andreas Harrison, who would go on to win the next series.
Yeah, Howson didn't play at that particular Champions Week. Howson would have actually been ineligible to have played at that particular
60.
Champions Week because he would have been playing in the World Seniors Champs. That'll be the next goal, next big target for Howson, probably to put a star on his shirt in terms
100.
of seniors darts. But the next step, more urgently, would be to find a first weekly success here. And for a player with the calibre and the CV of Richie Howson, it feels weird that he hasn't
100.
won one yet.
Yet is a very strong word. Every time Wayne looks up and he sees Howson hitting trebles,
100.
he's starting to look like someone who woke up early in the morning hoping to play a game of golf and has realised that it's pouring with rain. And at the minute, everything is coming crashing down on Wayne Jones's once very positive week.
Well, Richie Howson here has got 6 starts to make it 7 legs in a row, because since conceding the first leg in his match against Parry Copeland, he has won every single one since. And so, realistically, this is becoming a bit of a possession for Richie. And Wayne Jones, with that 140, just keeps himself in touch.
Has anybody ever seen an owl smile? You might be seeing it now.
30.
Stone-faced for now, and Jones, you feel, must hit this. That was a gutsy play. It was a brilliant play. Initially, I thought it was going to be 2 double 18s. But what a great pickup from Jones. That may just be a night changer.
Everything you felt hinged on that moment. Hinged on that dart at double 12. And is everything changing now?
135.
I mean, Owain is the type of player that can pick apart 3-4 legs in next to no time at all.
121.
The only time we've gone the distance tonight was in the first game. And that was a leg, in leg 7 of that match, that Jones was broken.
60.
If this goes to 3-3, it's got to go the other way around. It's Jones who would need to win the last leg to survive.
100.
All these folks guaranteed their seats earlier in the week, or even a little bit earlier than that, through dartshop.tv.
47.
Fairly subdued during the games that don't involve Steve West or Kurt Parry.
You saying there's fans' favourites?
Of course there is.
100.
They're respectful during the matches, but they do have their favourites. Got to go downstairs.
101.
Not there. That's not what he wanted. However, that's worked out pretty well.
Howson strayed wide, but recovers well with dart 2. Howson favourite for the leg, but Jones with first poke to win it. He's not going to take out the 158, and so Howson should get a couple of darts at tops here to get the break of throw to move 3-1 to the good, and he then have the darts to secure a second consecutive 4-1 victory in this group. Tops is what he wants. Now double 10.
Game shot on the
And Howson is a leg away from making it 2 wins from 2.
Fifth leg, Richie, Wayne to throw first. Game on.
There is one thing. Oh, it's Richie to throw first.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, one thing that Parry Copeland does know, because he does need Richie to win, is that if he does qualify, he's going to do so in second position in his group.
83.
Which means, if he is going to throw another dart on the stage tonight, it's going to be in semi-final number 2. If you think about that for just
100.
a second, if he does qualify, that's one long wait between game 3 and game number 8.
However, to
60.
caveat that point, Parry does play a lot of darts on the WDF circuit where he'll be used to having big gaps between matches.
So what you're saying is a 4 or 5 game gap's probably
40.
Quite a short one for what he's used to.
He's probably played in tournaments where he's played a best of 7 in the first round and then had to wait the best part of 2 hours to play another one.
It happens.
I think about the players who've been playing at the Challenge Tour this weekend. They've had to have gaps between matches, sometimes gaps between tournaments. It's something that a lot of the players that play in this format should know because they play a lot of floor events, and if they don't, it's
100.
Probably more a case of more for them than anything else.
This is bad news for Jones. This has been a really solid performance. And Barry Copeland is very close to being through.
95. Kciuk 118.
118 is the number that will take Howson through as the group winner.
And the double that will send Barry Copeland through as well. Richie Howson dumps Wayne Jones out, sends Barry Copeland through, and as a consequence ensures that he is top of the group. He will have the advantage of throw in his respective semi-final. Job done for Richie Howson. An improvement from game one as well, numerically and statistically. Back-to-back 4-1 wins has established Richie Howson as the player to beat tonight. He gets the better of Wayne Jones. He's the victor in Group 1. Now down to see what we're going to watch in the final game of Group 2 as Steve West takes on Kciuk.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
George, you nervous? You're right. No. Okay.
Why would I be nervous?
I don't know, you just look a little bit. Come on, I'm better than that.
34. You won't get this.
How much if it does?
As much as you like.
Double
I bet
shift for
you
today.
as much as you like, you won't get it.
Oh, good, George Noble, lad. What a finish.
Okay, fair enough.
120, where you going?
Why are you laughing at me? You don't laugh. I'm not losing it.
Wow.
What'd you start up for in 309? You're meant to be a ref.
You referring, yeah?
Yeah.
You miscounted, didn't you?
No. I just went for a 20. I'm just not very good.
Can Referees Play Darts, available now on the Super Series YouTube channel with plenty of other content as well, including the best players in the world like Luke Humphries, Adrian Lewis and Simon Whitlock. Plenty of fantastic content available for you to watch outside of the live action. And all you've got to do to ensure you are the first to watch all of that superb content is click that subscribe button and ensure that you are a member of our channel. It gives you access to all of that great stuff. The answer to the question, by the way, spoiler alert, can referees play darts, is no. But these two certainly can. Steve West and Krzysztof Kciuk. West played so well in his opening match here on Saturday night that he is already through to the semi-finals. A 4-0 win over Parry, who actually beat Kciuk early this evening. But if Krzysztof can get the better of West, then he will still navigate his way through to the final four alongside
Second,
him.
ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Steve to throw first.
Paul Hinks
Game on.
gets the game.
So then, Krzysztof Kciuk is under the thumb. Losing out in his first game to Parry means he has to beat the most informed player tonight, Steve West, if he stands any chance of making it through to the semi-finals. West looked imperious in his opening match against Parry, a 4-0 win with an average of 96-97. Was 4 from 4 in his doubles, including a 118 checkout to start. It's a big night for him in more ways than one, and he kickstarted in perfect style. But for Krzysztof, it's knockout mode. Loses this, he's heading back to Poland.
This has got a really interesting feel about it, this game, because these guys have both been on the PDC tour. They've been in the same room many, many times. But when they walked in here on Monday morning, I am sure that they had different feelings. But what we know now is that Steve West has not beaten Krzysztof Kciuk this week. Now he gets an unbelievable opportunity to get his own back.
97.
But if Kciuk can beat him again, we've seen the last of Parry this week.
96.
And just because West is through, do not be fooled that he's going to take his foot off the gas. Because the moment you do that, you offer an olive branch to a very dangerous opponent. When you've got a chance to get rid of them,
94.
you get rid of them.
150.
West's first poke going to finish. The 150 isn't going to go. Kciuk will come back for 110. These have been the types of finishes of which
90.
He has been fairly handy with this week. And he may have to be handy with it here, with West poised to take leg one on throw. Triple 18 will let the double. He doesn't find. And West has an opportunity to reel off his
58.
fifth straight leg tonight.
60.
High single is a good sign. Because he can get past it.
The first leg, Steve West.
Looking imperious.
Second leg, Krzysztof to throw first. Game on.
He's not getting carried away with the occasion. There's not a great deal of smiling going on right now. He is thoroughly focused.
95.
Although he has had a little bit of a look back there. Maybe just to get a little bit of extra motivation. Not that he really needs it. Kciuk is in early trouble here. But at least he doesn't have to win by a certain margin. He can just focus on winning the match.
You get the sense that Steve West treats this place a little bit like Martin Adams did the Lakeside in the late noughties and the early 2010s, that he's become as synonymous to this venue as it has done vice versa.
58.
And as time goes along and as the years move past, and Steve's going to be here for quite a while, he's made that intention quite clear. He could well be one of the real legends of this place if he isn't already.
Well, this GOAT debate in every sport is getting a little bit tiresome. But if we are going to go down that road, there are usual suspects for the best to have ever played here over the last 2 years. West is in the conversation. Littler is in the conversation because he's won 2 series. But even he didn't win 4 qualifying weeks in a year.
58.
Now, this is where people may be upset with me. Because, yes, Luke Littler did some great things here, but he doesn't just become automatically the GOAT because of things he did in other arenas. It has to purely be based on what's happened here.
That's correct. And that's why Neil Duff is in that conversation. And he's in Champions Week.
That's like saying Phil Taylor's a GOAT of Lakeside because he won 2 titles there in the early 90s and then went on to win 14 BDC
23.
World Championships.
Not that we're diverting our attention elsewhere, but who's won the most titles at Lakeside? Raymond van Barneveld.
85.
West has left himself on the fish. Now, if this goes, it will be a landmark moment for the Modus Super Series because we are currently on 99 170 outs in the history of this competition.
Steve Lecard won.
And we haven't had one all week long.
And perhaps it'd be appropriate if this man in your picture here treated us to the century, but it's not going to happen this time. The most important job for him is to win the leg and he'll keep up his unblemished record for the day thus far.
119.
Even Don Bradman had to settle for a 99 average. Steve now needs 65 for 6 straight legs here tonight. Double top. What's happening here? He hasn't lost a leg yet. Somebody is going to have to find his kryptonite, otherwise he might coast to a 5th weekly title.
Do you remember on Thursday when he really dominated proceedings? To put it into context, he lost 6 legs all day. He lost his final game of the session to Parry Copeland. But prior to that, in the 4 games previous, he had dropped just 2
59.
legs, and that all came in one match against Paul Milford. When he's been red hot, he has been red hot this week, Steve West. And it has been signs of the dominant force that came here, won it, and took the T-shirt home so many times in 2023. And he's not even playing at his best in this
99.
match, but it's still been enough to swoop Christoph aside.
But if we are being honest, Christoph is not playing to the same level that we've seen from him over the last couple of days,
140.
where his Group B average went up compared to his Group A stats. It's almost as if he's gone back to Monday.
69.
Mundane Monday. And it could be see you later Saturday before too long for Christoph.
I'll say one thing though. I'd rather get to Saturday and play poorly than be sitting at home doing nothing. I mean, how does Alan Norris feel right now? He played some exceptional darts in Group C, but didn't get through by the finest of margins.
83.
You've got to be in it to win it.
64.
Christoph is still in it, and he has got 6 darts to get his first leg of this contest. 54 looks blocked. That's why he went to the bull.
95.
Although there is a possibility we might actually have 7 players here tonight if Johan Bauer is still in Steve West's pocket.
80.
Oh, bad last start.
69.
He's going to leave double 16 because that's what he does.
Game shot.
And he's the first person to take a leg from West tonight. And because that is a break of throw, this game is finally poised again. Penny for the thoughts of Kurt Parry right now, who is maybe the biggest Steve West fan in the place, and that is saying something.
When it was 2-0 West, Kurt Parry was probably lounging around the practice room in his swanky shoes thinking, right, another semi-finals upon me. But now there's an air of caution that will be applied for the man from Wales. Because, as we mentioned, Steve West hasn't played at his best in this match. And Krzysztof Kciuk is just beginning to find an extra level.
This is what I love about the Saturday night format. It is something that we haven't changed a great deal
100
since we started doing it. In fact, the only change is the 9-dart shootout rule. We used to do it on averages. Which was chaotic, to say the least. But I like what you said about that 4-2 victory for Kurt. At that point, you're thinking tonight's going to be a good night, and then things can change in as little as 10 minutes.
Well, this game has swung in the space of 2.5 minutes because from 2-0 up, Kciuk Kciuk has got 6 darts seemingly from 1-2-1 to
140.
bring it back to 2 apiece. Nothing Steve West could have done after dart 1 straight into the single 20.
$97.
Great last dart. Leaves himself on double 12 after 12. His last leg was in 15. This one could be in 5 visits as well. And Steve West
37.
is losing his range.
24.
He's having a bad patch for the first time on Saturday. Can Christoph take advantage of it? Not the ideal spot to be going for 12s.
12.
And that knock on the second flight
38.
proved just that.
This would be some way to wake himself up from the slumber, but the 138 isn't going to go, and so Kciuk is going to get 3 more. This time the target of choice, double 6. And West has left himself on a double.
Don't leave West on tops. And that flight's in the way again. Oh, it's a wonderful dart. The best of his night so far, and boy did he need that. That's bad news for West. That is bad news for Parry. But what is good news for West is that he has won the group. And he, as the winner of Group 2, is going to have the
45.
second semi-final against Barry Copeland. That is a sure thing right now.
Well, what we're seeing here is what Steve West has said has been his nagging problem all week long. Is
57.
At times the lie's gone a little bit off kilter. And that first visit in this 5th leg was a perfect demonstration as to why. And then responds to a 140.
Darts is hard. Score a 140, you think all is good. Next time you can score 60 and throw, arguably, 3 better darts. He's been the mayor of hitting steady 60s this week by peppering the small and big 20 around that 60 bed.
100.
Just so happens that it doesn't happen that time. There is an expectation around this place here in August of 2024
97.
that around 18 months ago, it didn't feel this way under this roof. Things are different now. The importance of this tournament is different now.
60.
The grandeur of winning a weekly title, it's different now.
Well, it's almost as if that 2-leg burst from Kciuk has just woken West
60.
up again.
Stephen Carr 100.
Brought him back into life again. And he has 6 here from 156 to move 3-2 up and put Kurt Parry on the hill in terms of qualification. But there's another one of those treble fires which has plagued him all week
94.
long.
Now he's got an interesting choice to make. No matter what Christoph does, what does he want to leave? For people who love tops,
57.
I've seen more people going for treble 18 on this shot than ever before. But Steve doesn't do that. It's going to be tops.
42. Christopher Carr
Now he's running the risk of being behind. Are you watching Kurt Parry?
Another leads double 5. A single leaves the bull. Double 5. Tight Turner. Group changer. And no sooner did Kurt Parry think that he was a leg away from going through, Kciuk Kciuk on the stage has the darts to do it himself.
Multiple things happened when that double 5 was hit. West is probably thinking this guy is getting on my
55.
nerves. Kurt Parry is thinking, why did you have to go and do that? But the supporters of Parry in the audience,
95.
They were devastated. What a recovery from the pole. The 3 legs in a row to take the lead. Just a sign of the tenacity that he has in his locker.
99.
It's a player, Christoph, that doesn't care for reputation, doesn't care what people have done or what they've won in the past. He just gets on and he plays his own game, and he plays it to a level which is awfully hard to beat. West down on 306. Kciuk
60.
Comes up dry, and so the ascendancy now goes against the foe, and thus with Steve.
He's not going to leave a finish.
98.
But he has put himself about a dart and a half ahead.
Well, Christoph here needs a couple of triples. Here's the first of them.
85.
That was a really interesting last dart. If he'd done his maths to leave the slightly easier finish, the treble 19, for me, was the play.
140.
With the deflection into the 5, he's now being backed into the corner. If he puts the pressure on, West must hit. He's going to go for treble 8 here.
Supercar 68.
His game is all about maximum scoring and tops. He's changed.
48.
The first dart, it took me really by surprise. He went for the treble 16.
Well, Kciuk was looking to find the 130. Well, found the 130 in the previous. They couldn't find the 144 to send himself through. He looks to set up as well as he possibly
85.
can, and he needed to
20.
find that treble with the last dart. Otherwise, he would have left himself on 99 and a free darter. This to send us all the way.
There's been one double this week that has not really cooperated that well. It's been double 10. But now it does.
Six leg. Steve West.
The heart rate of Kurt Parry right now is probably somewhere in the region of 130 beats per minute.
Kurt Parry is hoping and praying that Steve West wins this leg on throw. If he does, then he will join
42.
the 4-time weekly winner into the semi-finals. But if Kciuk can find a break here, it'll be the 2 players that you're seeing on the stage that'll make it through to the semi-finals. West has kicked off dry. Kciuk has found a treble. He's found 2 triples and is in full control and full command of this last leg.
We are seeing brilliant temperaments on the stage.
140.
And as a standalone game, they're 83 averages. But this is a game you cannot take your eyes off.
100.
It's almost as if Steve West is wearing a Kurt Parry disguise of some sort.
97.
He's essentially playing for Kurt. Christoph is playing for himself. He must switch.
59.
And so he hands the initiative back to West. 6-1-2-2-2 to send Parry through.
Back to the 20s. That's what you call thinking laterally. That was really interesting. There is a dart player that wasn't born yesterday. That's using the board. And if there's been one
55.
number that has followed him around for the last 7 or 8 days, it's been 42. Now it's 142.
But he doesn't go. But again, the triple 14, which leaves himself on double 10. The crucible finish will not go for Christoph. And he may be leaving here heartbroken. Parry waits in the wings, and he hopes
20.
that Steve West takes out this double 10. For Steve, it would be 2 wins from 2. For Kurt, it would be for a place through. 1 more at double 5.
15.
It doesn't go.
Christopher Car 26.
Drama at the end of match 6. Kciuk. Can he win and go through? He has won by 4 legs to 3, and by the finest of margins, the pole has survived, and Kurt Parry is not going to the semi-finals for the first time in his Saturdays here in Portsmouth. Christoph, I'm sure, is aware of it, but Steve West had a chance of getting rid of the pole for the rest of the week. He may have to play him a little bit more, because they could meet in the final a little bit later on. The pole survives, but West wins the group, and we will debrief after this.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now know the 4 semi-finalists, and we've had plenty of drama as well. Paul Nicholson has been watching it in commentary with Henry Deacon. Paul, it's been an amazing night. What have you made of it so far?
Dramatic, hasn't it? It's been really good fun. I think if you're Kurt Parry, probably not. But it's been drama-filled towards the end of the group matches. But I think we've had some highs, we've had some lows, and it's been a brilliant night so far.
Let's just take you through the results. Here is what's happened. Confirmation then of those wins. 2 of them for Richie Howson in Group 1. Kurt Parry, very unfortunate after that 4-2 winning against Christoph Kciuk to go out. Kciuk getting the better of Steve West after West had blitzed Parry in the middle of Group 2. But we'll start at the beginning, because it could have even been a different night for Wayne Jones, couldn't it? He ended up missing match starts. Barry Copeland stepped in.
Yeah, Barry took his big opportunity in the 7th leg of that game with Wayne Jones, and you've got to give him full credit for taking that opportunity, because He's been an absolute ninja this week of getting through games by fine margins, but that game really did set Wayne Jones on the wrong path because he had a chance to take the match. He didn't do it. And then when he turned up in Game 5, unfortunately, it seemed as if the hurt from Game 1 just followed through to that.
The emotion there from Barry Copeland as well. How much credit do you give him for what he's done in getting through to the Final Four on debut?
I'll give him credit for making the semi-finals because he's played nowhere near his best. He's around 10 points down tonight, average-wise, on what he's done all week long. And that's been very, very good from Barry at times. But he's shown a different quality this evening. His doubles have been decent. However, his scoring has got to improve, otherwise he's not going to make the final.
Yeah, he was beaten by Richie Howson, who won both of his games in that group. How impressed have you been with the Owl tonight?
Impressed in two ways. He's shown great quality, bit of a slow start, but when he got going, he looked excellent. His doubles are extraordinary this week. He's 4 from 7 in both games. That's 57% for the night. And even considering someone who is doubling in a world-class sense all week long, he's actually gone up a notch, which is incredible when you think about the pressure that comes with a Saturday night and everything that is involved with this occasion. He still hasn't won on a Saturday night, but he's doing the right things at the right times.
The kind of gloss has come from Steve West, hasn't it? That fantastic performance in his first match. Ended up going on a run of 6 straight legs as well. Ended up losing, though, in the end. But do you still think he looks the most likely to win tonight?
Yes, I think that's probably fair. He'll love the fact that he's won 4-0 in front of these people and made everybody happy, including himself. And I think winning 4-0 as well took the pressure off. Imagine if he had to win a certain amount of legs, or indeed had to win against Kciuk. There is one person here this week who seems to have Steve's number, and it's the pole. I wonder if they're on a collision course for the final. If that is the case, it will be fascinating.
And he's got a big sort of group of fans behind him, lots of friends and family that might have been here for another occasion last week. How much could that help take Steve over the line tonight?
It may do, but it could be a hindrance as well. It depends on the person. Some people play better when they haven't got anybody with them. They like to be a lone wolf. But as far as Steve's concerned, I think if he wanted to be that way, they wouldn't be here. So they have to be a help.
Mention for Krzysztof Kciuk as well, who did get that win in the end. Could have gone either way. You've got a feel for Kurt Parry, but he just has this consistency, doesn't he? This ability to step in. When he gets the chance, he seems to take it.
Yeah, he took his opportunity. He left double 13, and there were some really key moments in that game with West. But I think Krzysztof was a bit shell-shocked by this place in his first game. He was blitzed in some ways by Kurt Parry, but one of the great things about having 2 group games is that if you have one bad game, you can put it right, and he has by the finest of margins, so you've got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of the 4, who is the one that is kind of the plainest sailing, who looks the most likely at the moment? Is it Rich Howson because he's won both his games?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. His doubles can't be ignored. 4 out of 7 in any game is good, but to continue doing that in the next game as well, if he keeps getting chances, he's going to keep putting people away. And now that Wayne Jones is not here, he's one of the 2 weekly winners that we had coming into tonight's 6 players. He's gone, so now it's West who was left on his own with the experience of getting the trophy. But there are people who have been close, and Richie's one of those.
Howson has got a problem though, hasn't he? Because he plays a certain Krzysztof Kciuk. Now, we saw he couldn't beat Kurt Parry, still didn't, but managed to sneak through. Howson couldn't beat Krzysztof Kciuk in Group B.
Makes for a really interesting week when we've got these head-to-head records. Sometimes they don't make any difference, but come Saturday night, we have them on standby on our research sheets and on our stat sheets, and we think that could be interesting come Saturday night. It just so happens that now they're very prevalent. So if you're going to beat someone for the first time in the last few days, let's put it that way, Saturday night's the best place to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be the first semi-final getting underway very shortly on this stage. The second one then we're going to see Barry Copeland taking on Steve West. How does Barry Copeland win that one? You said we haven't seen the best of him yet. How can he raise it?
If I'm being really honest, I think Steve and Barry have struck up a bit of a friendship this week. They've got on really well and they've had some really good battles. But now is not the time to be friendly. Even with Steve's support network here, Barry has got to find something extra, and that's surely got to be in there. He's got to let whatever's going on in here as well out. We know that he's got some spirit. Now's the time to let it out because there's only 2 games left potentially. But in order to get that second game, you've got to go through one of the best players that's ever played here.
Just in general, nice audience tonight, plenty of support for Steve West in particular. We still haven't had a 9-darter on finals night. Steve West hit 2 on this stage before. Do you think there's a chance of that feat occurring this evening?
I'd like to think so. But I think if Steve thought he was going to hit one, he would have told us by now. But there can't be many better occasions than a Saturday night with that many people behind you to hit one. But if we start piping for Steve to get one, maybe somebody else could get one. Maybe the Owl could get one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Richie is going to play in the opening match, so we'll get on with that. The first semi-final about to get underway is Richie Howson against Krzysztof Kciuk, and it is time for the final 4 to do battle here at the Super Series.
And the double that will send Parry Copeland through as well. Richie Howson dumps Wayne Jones out.
He has won by 4 legs to 3, and by the finest of margins.
Welcome here to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for semi-finals night. Our first semi-finalist, please put your hands together and welcome, it's the Owl, Richie Howson! Please put your hands together now and welcome Richie's opponent in this first semi-final. It's from Poland, it's the Thumb, Krzysztof Kciuk!
A really interesting matchup, as Paul Nichols and I were just talking about there, as Richie Howson runs into a player that he was unable to beat in that Group B campaign. He's taking on Krzysztof Kciuk. It was a strange old Group B. It was a battle between these two and Kurt Parry. Kciuk couldn't get the better of Parry, didn't again tonight, but has ended up chucking him out of the tournament with that win over West. Could have been a different opponent for this man, but Howson is looking to put it right against the pole and put himself in the final. The 58-year-old from Essex is 1 step away from making it to the big money match and 2 steps away from a place at Champions Week. Krzysztof Kciuk could achieve that on debut. A big, big opportunity for him. And guiding you through the action, Paul has rejoined Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so the stage is set for the semi-finals. For Richie Howson and Krzysztof Kciuk, the pair are 2 games away from a first Champions Week appearance. For the Pole, it's his debut in this competition, having lost his PDC Tour card at the end of 2023.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Richie to throw first.
He has been here in every single series. He has been in a final before. He is looking to get back there. 2 series after his only previous appearance in the money match when he lost to Andreas Harrison.
60.
Kciuk in by the skin of his teeth. He had to survive darts on Steve West, which would have sent him home and sent Kurt Parry through.
41.
Howson has been convincing all night long. 2 4-1 victories has seen him into the semi-finals and 2 games away from glory.
60.
The mission is very clear when you play Richie Howson tonight, though, and week long. Don't give him darts at doubles. If we may be frank, Kciuk has regressed tonight compared to the last few days. He has been on an upward trend, but Saturday has been about survival. But the mission is very clear.
60.
The first 5 days is about making Saturday. The first 2 games of Saturday are about making the semi-finals. Now the mission gets even shorter. It's all about just making the final. Nothing
54.
else matters.
Well, Steve West getting a pep talk from wife Michelle ahead of his semi-final against Barry Copeland up next. But some may say, actually, this is the easy bit. It may be the hardest games to win, but the scenario is the easiest that it has been all week
60.
because it is as cut and dry as win to stay in, lose and you go home.
One thing I will say about the semi-finals that we have here in week 11.
59.
There's a drastic difference in the group winners' doubles percentage against the group runners-up doubles percentage. In this fixture, Howson for the night, 57%. Kciuk, 27%. 30% less, even though it is a short format. But it's the same in the other semi-final, which will be West against Copeland.
92.
West, 54% on doubles.
61.
Copeland, 25. I wonder if that is giving us information as to who's going to be in the final.
Bullseye, does he go for it? He does, and he
shot on the
finds!
first leg.
The
Richie
Owl
Howson.
sends out an instant statement of intent.
Second leg, Christoph to through first. Game on.
And that ooh you heard was one of, ooh, that was a good shot. But maybe it was because of who he is. He is the Owl, and Owls go ooh.
59.
Thank you, David Attenborough. And it could be the night of the Owl here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
There's a disappointed dart player. Not through to the semi-finals on a Saturday night for the first time. However, Kurt Parry, we wish him
100.
every single success next week when he tries to defend his champion of champions in Wales.
Be some achievement if he did, when you consider where you have to qualify for a local pub and club and then having to play a
45.
long format in terms of games you have to play. It's the shortest format you can physically play. But be interested to see how he gets on there. I'm sure we'll see him back in Series 9 in the autumn.
140.
But this game could well be heading back on level terms because Howson, who had that 1-6-1 to win leg one, hasn't really done anything in this second. And so Kciuk is going to have 6 on 202 to square this matchup, but Howson's hot on his tail.
We've had every possible result you can get in this format so far tonight.
$145.
All we want now is more drama. There's only 2.5 more matches left in week 11 before we have the final week of qualifying, and then it's Champions Week again.
140.
And there's only going to be 2 more of those nights left this year. Double top. Double 10. Don't miss this.
37.
We warned you.
Kciuk,
Howson isn't missing much.
This for 2-0. Kciuk has had to rely on misses all night long, and he may have to rely on another one here.
46.
And he gets another one.
Christoph Kciuk,
That
20.
goes his way as Howson strays wide into the double 5.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Somebody's
Christoph
leading a
Kciuk.
charmed existence. And he's got followers.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
They don't cheer. They don't shout. They just signal.
Thumbs up from them. Kurt Parry watches on in the background thinking what might
100.
have been. Well, they've obviously found a friend in Christoph Kciuk this evening. There's a lot of people that come here to the Live Lounge on a Saturday night that are complete and utter neutrals. Some people may be not watching
45.
some of the players that they've paid to watch on the TV or internet streams before. And so they find heroes, they make friends out of people that weren't household names in own households sometimes before weeks begin here at the Super Series.
43.
Look at Jimmy Van Schie, a player who at the beginning of this year was very much unheralded, now a Challenge Tour winner, and now very much a firm fans' favourite, and a player who's going to be appearing
95.
at back-to-back Champions Weeks at the end of this month.
Meanwhile, we've got 3 players left here tonight. And only one of them
100.
has gone to a Champions Week before. Coincidentally, over the last 10 weeks, we've had 7 first-time winners.
58.
Meaning that 3 who are going to Champions Week have done it before. Sykes, Van Schie and Duff.
Do you think they'll be watching this? The likes of Sykes, the likes of Scott, the likes of Van Schie, will they be watching and seeing who they may well be playing in a few weeks' time?
That may be the silliest question you've asked me all week, because they're definitely watching. The Challenge Tour is done for the day. Darts is done for the day. Everywhere but this.
95.
The darting world are watching this to see what happens next.
Is the next step another ton plus out for Howson? He's found the treble. He gets a poke at tops.
98.
And just below the tops. It was a well thrown dart. It just dipped below.
This one already feels like a 4-3 and it's only leg 3.
58. Richie O'Connor, 20.
Cancelling each other out thus far. Howson for the third consecutive holder throw in this contest.
Other side, Richie.
No score.
This is a bonus chance.
Christopher Carr, 150.
He thought the leg was done. I think everybody did. But now that Howson is missing, someone's got to step up and change the game.
He had a game-changing 130 against Steve West. And that 150 could be a game-changer against Howson. They are hitting each other with haymaker blows here. Howson with a 161, Kciuk with a 150, and importantly as well, it's a breaker throw.
That is hurtful. And they hurt even more when you've missed your shots.
100.
How does Howson recover from that? By winning his group, he got the darts. Now the advantage is gone.
100.
Krzysztof Kciuk has spent the whole evening chasing on the back foot, but now he's on the front foot.
60.
Is it a sign that he hit double 13 to win that second game? 13? Unlucky for some, but not for all. This has got to be a max. He's overpitched it. This place has got a very different feel to the last 2 or 3 weeks. It feels more tense
86.
than possibly any night we've had in the last month. And that's got to be a sign of how close we are to Champions Week.
We're reaching the crescendo as far as Series 8 is concerned.
97.
Every Saturday night, of course, is important, but as Champions Week draws closer, there's just another air of edge about it. And as this semi-final draws closer to its conclusion, so does the edge of this one.
140.
There's a little shake of the head there from Howson. He's finding it very hard to get rid of this guy. Just ask Steve West. He feels the same. And if you ask me, not just on
78.
a personal level, but I think West wants Howson to win
115.
this game because he doesn't want to have to play him again.
We said the 150, but he can't take out the 115.
$83.
That was somewhat
Richard Carr,
serendipitous.
86.
He gave himself a chance at double 16, but that relies on a miss at that double from Richie.
54.
57% on the doubles
52.
coming into the semi-finals, and now it's all fallen to pieces.
2 8s. Double 4, 1 left in hand for 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
Last
leg.
dart in
Krzysztof
hand
Kciuk.
again. And Krzysztof Kciuk is a leg away from the
This leg
final.
Richie to through first. Game on.
Richie Howson is on the tungsten tightrope.
What is it about the people
60.
that are 5th favourite at the start of a Saturday night? Just 2 weeks ago, Thomas Banks, the odds compiler, said, maybe. Tonight, they said about Kciuk, maybe.
57.
5th favourite. We said, that doesn't look right. At the minute, it looks very wrong. And by hook or by crook, I know he's had to survive
100.
throughout the course of the night. But at 3-1 up in the semi-finals, it's looking pretty rosy.
Well, there's an interesting dynamic about these semi-finals in the respect that the two fancy players with the bookmakers take on the two outsiders
60.
with the bookmakers. West, the bookmakers' favourite, takes on Parry Copeland, who was 6th in the betting, whilst Richie Howson, who was 2nd in the betting, takes on Kciuk, who's 5th in the betting.
And it just goes to show how much of a minefield
45.
odds can be when the favourite for the week, at the start of the week, isn't even here on Saturday.
And when you say favourite, a very heavy favourite by Super Series terms, Gary Stone was 10-3 for Dartwood, so he actually moved into 7-2 before he threw his first dart in Group B on Thursday. But it's Kciuk who is looking to turn the odds compiler's thoughts upside down and on its head. He was 11-1 before a dart was thrown this week.
140.
Well, everybody's engine is being tested in the semi-finals because they've all played 5 days leading up to Saturday.
81.
Howson
Richie
has
O'Connor,
already
what did he do?
found a
56.
156 this week. Doesn't need to take it out here. He's not going to, but has to set it up handy. How he'd love another one of them.
100.
Ton's okay. But is susceptible with a big score from Christoph, who's 203 points away from the match.
137.
Quite
Richie
simply
O'Connor,
put,
56.
he has to stop missing doubles. Double top to the rescue.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Richie Howson.
Right in the nick of time.
6th leg. Christoph to throw first. Game on.
This is where things get really interesting. It's not your talent that's tested on its own. It's something else. It's your bottle.
134.
And we're talking about a Polish player that, admittedly in pairs, has shown a great deal of bottle. But then we're talking about the champion of champions in seniors.
140.
He's beaten big-name players to win silverware.
Well, if at times in this match they've been jabbing, now they really are hitting each other with some big punches.
42.
But that is a lackadaisical visit which could be punished. Well, the scene's been set. The stage is theirs, but who is going to cross that finishing line?
43.
Well, in boxing terms, I suppose Krzysztof Kciuk is like Andrew Golotta. It'll feel like he's been landing low blows to all of his opponents in a somewhat darting legal sense over the last few days.
100.
Richie Howson trying to get himself off the canvas here is probably like George Groves. That could be a really important dart. Just to tap Christoph on the shoulder. But this guy is made of ice.
$81.
Could have been better than 144.
Dare I say it should have been better. But could you do this under this pressure?
140.
The reason why they're doing it is because they've got the talent, they've got the bottle, they've got the opportunity, and they have been in positions like this before. But as far as the Super Series is concerned, it's
96.
only Richie who has
Richie
been in this
O'Connor,
position
81.
before from this fixture. This has to be found. That's not the worst start.
But it's one dart. A double 16 to
Game
save
shot of
Richie
the 6th
Howson's skin.
Richie Howson.
Because Krzysztof Kciuk was coming back for 48 to win the match.
Richie to throw first.
Howson pins the double 16. We go all the way, and it is the Owl who has the advantage of throw in leg 7, the advantage of throw which he gained by winning his group.
Allow me to say that that was the best accidental treble 10
81.
that Richie Howson may have ever hit in his life. Because if he gets a single 10 there, things are very difficult. He has to get a treble to get a shot at a double. Even if he gets a single 15, he's got to go 16 bull, which is harder than going 19 double 16. Sometimes you've got to take the fortune and make the most of it. He did.
Oh, how the nerves jangle now.
83.
Leg 7 with a big prize at stake. The big match at stake. Champions Week at stake.
It's all falling apart.
80.
Until dart 6. The lead is 1 dart. Around about 60 points. And he wants a lot more than that. That
95.
was a slightly nervy dart. Offline. He just needed to get the line right there, and that was a 140.
Christoph needs to find 2 trebles here, you feel. He's found the first of them.
Look at Howson in the background.
100.
He's looking at one of the monitors to see where the darts are landing. He wants to know where they are.
I suppose at this point you can't help yourself but look. Even if you don't want to.
100.
Curious nature of one's mind going into overdrive, and it's Howson first to a finish.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when it was 3-3 with West
100.
in the last group game, didn't Steve leave 1-4-2? Is this a cursed number? Maybe not.
90.
It's good. Can Christoph become Boris, the bullet dodger?
60.
A bad start on the doubles for Howson, but he has fought his way back with quality. One more piece, and he's in his second final.
Double 16. 2 8s.
36.
And he has missed 2 darts to send himself through to the final. It's been a semi-final with big finishing. This may not be biggest numerically, but would be the biggest in terms of taking him into the final.
In a matter of 5 to 6 seconds, the shot that was possible now becomes impossible.
42.
It's improbable
Kciuk
that Kciuk makes a
16.
final on debut. Howson needs one more double to have a chance of Champions Week.
And Richie is a game away from picking up the riches here at the Live Lounge. He beats Christoph Kciuk in a last leg decider to send himself through to a second final here in Portsmouth. And it'll be either Steve West or Parry Copeland that'll be waiting for him. That was a tight, tense tungsten tussle, but it was won by Howson, who edges out Kciuk by 4 legs to 3. For Kciuk, it was a fine debut. It'll end at the semi-finals. I'm sure we'll see him again before the year's out. But for Howson, he is into the final once more, where he will take on either one of Steve West or Parry Copeland, and we'll watch them in action after this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where last week it was the ADC qualifier Marvin van Velzen who won finals night. But Krzysztof Kciuk will not be following in his footsteps after that defeat before the break to Richie Howson in the first semi-final. Howson coming back from 3-1 down and making it 3 wins tonight, having seen off Parry, Copeland and Wayne Jones earlier. Copeland is through to the semis and is going to take on Steve West in the second semi-final, and the winner, of course, will face the Owl in the final. Will it be a Copeland dreamland, or will West be best? Let's find out.
Towards a fifth weekly title, and it is a 4-0 win against Kurt Parry.
And the chance he takes, Barry Copeland takes out the Group A winner in the first game of the night.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We now get round to our second semi-final. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage. It's simply the West, Steve West! Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Steve's opponent in this second semi-final. From Northern Ireland, it's the Daddy, Parry Copeland!
So then, for the right to take on Richie Howson in tonight's decider. 3 players left in this battle to make it through to Champions Week. Only 2 places left there, and these two going head-to-head. Barry Copeland having a dream debut, really, at the Live Lounge, having come through the ADC vault system in Northern Ireland, and he's managed to vault his way through to the semi-finals. That's more than can be said for the Pole, Krzysztof Kciuk, who's just been chucked out at this stage. But Steve West, well, he's looking for history at the Super Series, and he's a step closer to it as well. He is up there with the greats on this stage, but this would be the greatest triumph of all, wouldn't it, if West were to go and win this match and win the final. He's going to have to take down the Daddy, Barry Copeland, in the semi-final, and our top 2 remain in the commentary box. Henry Deacon is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chris, and it feels like tonight has come to this type of crescendo. We've reached the boiling point here at the Modus Super Series. It's been calm up to press, but there may well be a bit of chaos as this semi-final begins. Steve West has been brewing up to this semi-final. He got out of the gate superbly with an average of 96.97 and a 4-0 demolition of Kurt Parry, but then lost out to Krzysztof Kciuk in his second match. But you get the sense that this game, with the urgency required and the knockout nature to it, you will see the best of him. Up against Barry Copeland, who has made a habit all week long of winning matches no matter what the scenario, no matter what the circumstances attached to it. The former World Masters finalist is hoping to become a Super Series finalist up against the perennial champion in Portsmouth. What gives? Paul Nicholson.
137.
Meeting number 6 of the week. Always a good thing, I say. There's only one thing better than having 6 meetings, and that's having 7.
91.
However, it's Copeland that leads 3-2. There have been some players that have had West's number this week.
100.
I think West is ecstatic that Kciuk is gone, because he's one of them. But now, he has to take care of the other one.
Barry Copeland may be a David, but don't let that sway your thinking in terms of his ability. West was hit by a 130 by Krzysztof Kciuk in the second group game, but he isn't going to hit one himself.
74.
There is a country mile between the two averages of these two players tonight. Over 10 points. And there's a canyon
60.
between
Car,
their
56.
percentages on doubles. But that's purely a guide as to what's happened before. What happens now?
36.
West not
Barry
leading
Car,
yet
150.
is happening now. Copeland has had big shots this week. This is not going to be one of them.
He's going to do the next best job, though.
Car 20.
Both players on a double. West with the first poker, double 10. And he is going to invite
Barry
Copeland back to the
16.
board.
He's not moving.
Game shot of the first
takes the
leg.
first leg.
Barry Copeland.
He gets a chance. There's Mrs. Daddy.
Second leg Barry to through first. Game on.
And in this North or London derby, however you want to call it, of sorts, it's West Ham 1, Tottenham 0.
Barry Copeland may be a debutant, but his CV
60.
is glistening. We've mentioned that World Masters final on numerous occasions this week, but he's also a winner of 2 WDF ranking titles in his own right. He won the Isle of Man Masters in 2023, and that is a title steeped in history. He also won the Welsh Classic 2 years ago and was defeated at the Lakeside in December in a last set decider to Johnny Tata.
60.
Which is ironic because Johnny may have beaten him at Lakeside and said ta-ta to his chances, and if he loses this game, he has to head west back to Northern Ireland.
And who beat Johnny Tata yesterday? The 2-time series champion, Luke Littler.
100.
It's amazing how things work out, isn't it? Copeland has the lead, but for how long? If the 60 is not cooperating,
96.
he may have to bring what I like to call Plan C for West into play, because Plan B is staying on the 60. 79.08 as an average coming into the semis. 5 out of 20 on the doubles. But it was good enough to get him here.
108.
He needs that to start working.
Barry Car,
We
141.
haven't seen a great deal of 180s tonight. In fact, I make that only the 8th.
And the importance of it is it's left
81.
Steve West in a
Steve Car,
position to
46.
break back. Should get 2 in his hand. And the intended target will be tops.
Game shot of the
Beautifully
second leg.
found.
Steve West.
It's on a string now. And West has broken back. There's brother Tony, former World
Alex
Masters
Steve to
champion.
first.
The title that Copeland nearly won a couple of years ago.
I suppose you could say
Game on.
it's running in the family. Where have we said that before? That's right. When we played a game of the number
96.
42 on Monday. Steve did actually play in game 42 of the week. And he lost to Krzysztof Kciuk for the 3rd time. Ask anybody who has played here for 6 straight days and how they sleep on Sundays. They sleep like a stone. Maybe a little bit unearthed, but they are static for a period of 9 to 10 hours. It is hard, hard work. But right now, if you're hitting the wall, you've got to somehow find another wind.
134.
With visits and moments like that, It's a game, really, where the advantage of throw has been pretty much non-existent.
140.
Even with that 140, Copeland has 6 on 227 to move 2-1 in front. But that could be a heinous slip.
41.
That could be the moment where Steve West can put this semi-final in his favour. Now he has 6 to go 2-1 up.
I know it's early, but West is actually starting to go through the
99.
gears a little bit here. The average has gone up past 94, which is a good 4 points ahead of his nightly average. Barry's cooperating a bit better with that treble 20. He's raised his level
83.
by about 10
Steve
points.
Carr, 108.
Encouraging stuff. That's an interesting player. Well, that one's got me all ends
62. Barry Carr, 103.
Is there another Copeland corker in the locker? Treble 17. Doesn't go. 46 was the combination West won the last leg on. It's the combination he needs again to put himself in front for the first time in this semi-final. It's tops again. It's found again. And West from 1-0 down moves 2-1 up. He's 2 away from the final.
Somebody needs some adrenaline. And hitting that 46 checkout, we heard that adrenaline hit. He wants this badly. And he's got 2 West Ham fans in his way.
40.
Take one out. Get the opportunity to take the other one out. This is not kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or maybe burst 2 bubbles with 1 stone. This is take 1 step at a time.
Well, it may not be Green Street, but that is Steve West's road to victory as far as this Saturday night is concerned. But Copeland, no matter what Steve West throws, is just sticking with him, hanging with him.
60.
At which point have we spoken about the fact that this is Steve's first time here with new equipment? I had a very close look at these barrels earlier tonight. They're very clever. The same sort of deep cuts in the aggressive grip, but they have
57.
an almost
81.
helter-skelter effect to give him consistent grip from top to bottom. It hasn't worked in leg 4. Double 16 for Copeland.
Getting shot on the
We are tied.
Best leg of the match, a 12 darter for Barry Copeland.
Through first. Game on.
A game which, by and large, has been played in terms of standard at the middle of that particular equation. Copeland just upping the levels, asking the questions of Steve West, who kickstarts leg 5 at ton 40.
Remember what West said? I came here wanting to know where I'm at. He is learning
45
at a ridiculous rate right now as to where he's at. But the same can be said for Barry.
Steve West has only ever lost 1
95.
game in a qualification Saturday night. That was to Richard North. And then he got a second appearance later on in the series. He won that week.
He's beaten some great players in finals. Fallon Sherrick, Shane McGurk, Rhys Colley, Ben Robb of New Zealand. But that game against North, it was
58.
ill-tempered.
That game against Ben Robb prior to this week was his last on that stage. Because he couldn't play in that Champions League because of that
41.
hip surgery. Interesting that both families are sat very close to one another. A bit like the old days of the Ali Pali, where the tables,
38.
in terms of the guests for the 2 players, were pretty much next to one another.
We're still waiting for 170 checkout number 100.
85. Steve Carr, 170.
He doesn't need to find it. And if he gets 2 trebles, he probably shouldn't go for it. Thou shalt not give in to temptation.
126.
And he's missed the single. I don't think he was caught in 2 minds there. I think he was caught in about 6 or 7.
And the other thing is he's going to have to spurn a dart upon his return, so in some ways, he was better off going for the
45.
bullseye.
Steve
Copeland's left to finish. He's left 145. Full top to West. For 3-2 to West. And he is one away from another final. His 5th final here.
6-leg Parry to throw first. Game on.
And he's never lost a final here.
That towel that he has on the stage, you might think
100.
It's just a towel. It's not. It has meaning. It's actually a towel that he got from an NFL game, the first he ever went to with his partner.
57.
It has meaning. Dart players are sentimental. Sometimes when they're in pressure situations, they need little trinkets just to remind them
58.
of what life is all about. And there are things like that that can be very useful in situations like this, and when it gets a little bit hotter up there, which it is right now.
100.
Steve is a man who has travelled the world playing this sport, but a win tonight would mean the world to him. He's a leg away from making the final, but Copeland just continues and continues to tap him
83.
on the shoulder.
You know my simile for dart players that are very hard to get rid of. They're like sand in your socks.
58.
That's the towel.
Spare flights on the stage as well, in the box. I think it was somewhat ironic that earlier on, during our 9-dart challenge,
91.
one of Steve's friends actually won a set of Steve West flights. And look at Barry Copeland's number. Is it big that he hasn't got a finish?
All he can do is apply pressure and hope that West hasn't saved his best until last in this contest.
57. Steve DeCar, 146.
This is for a 5th final here at the Live Lounge.
And he's changed idea. When he's left that number this week, he's gone for the 19s.
76.
This is now Barry Copeland's biggest shot of the week. He doesn't get the treble. So as long as West doesn't
61.
miss big numbers,
70.
a semi-final winning dart should be imminent.
He gets 2 at tops. Big dart, big moment to return to the big match. And Steve West is 1 game away from completing the comeback tale. Away for 8 months because of hip surgery. It's like he's never been away. And he could be heading back to the winners' enclosure, spurred on by his family and his friends. He's made a new friend this week in Barry Copeland, the daddy who's been delightful on debut, but for him the semi-finals is as far as it goes. But for that man, one of the most perennial winners on that stage, Steve West, is into a 5th weekly final. He could overtake Neil Duff in terms of most weekly title wins. He could equal him in terms of most titles all told. Barry Copeland, as he departs the stage, he gives his acclaim to the crowd, but it is Steve West who will be playing in the big match. He's going to be taking on Richie Howson for the prize that is Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. That game is in about 10 minutes' time, but before that, we'll get all the analysis with Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy, and that's coming up after this short break.
So there we have it. The final is going to be between Steve West and Richie Howson, a man who can't stop winning finals and a man who hasn't managed to do that yet. Paul, it's been a great night. We'll just go through the results that have occurred this evening. Here is what's happened. Barry Copeland bowing out, Krzysztof Kciuk bowing out. Neither of those players leave here with anything but credit.
Not at all. I think when it comes to making your debut in a week like this, you look around, you see that the standard is really good. When you get opportunities, you've got to take them. And when the dust settles tomorrow for Krzysztof and for Barry, they will understand that maybe getting to the semis was in itself an incredible achievement. Because if we are being fair with experience, statistics, and likelihoods, the right two people are in the final.
Let's talk about those semi-finals, starting with the first one, because that was an incredible match, wasn't it? The way it started with that 1-6-1 from Howson really set the tone.
Yeah, statement of intent, just a bit. And this is what he's been doing all week long. Big, complicated finishes. And if you look at Krzysztof's score of 2-1-5, he doesn't need to go for this, but he's trying to set his stall out to try and impose himself in this match. Predominantly this week, his better big finishes have been on the outer ring, but he has had a few bullseye finishes. That was a great shot, starting the game the right way, but it wasn't that easy.
It certainly wasn't, because Krzysztof then took control, didn't he? He had his own enormous finish, having levelled up the game. Howson here waiting on double 10 as well. He takes out the 150.
But look at this dart here. Richie Howson looks at the monitor because he's sure that it might not be in, but it is. And then he looks up and sees that the double 15's hit as well. So that was the turnaround for Kciuk. And at that point, you're thinking he's going to do it again. He's going to sneak his way through and he's going to be the person who just knows how to beat the owl. But unfortunately, not this time.
Howson, then in that match, when he went 3-1 down, he was shaking his head. He was expecting Kciuk to hit 180s, to hit doubles. How did he turn it around? And what sort of bottle did he show to not only win the match, but just to even get into a position where he could?
Sometimes you've got to draw on experience. And when you've been behind and you're able to finish a match with 3 straight legs, you've got to do some really good things. This was a brilliant thing. Kciuk is on a match-winning chance, but I said in commentary at the time that just jagging that treble 10 was a massive slice of fortune, because if he gets a single 10, he's got 71. He's got to get a treble 13 and double 16. That's more difficult than the shot that he had. If he gets a single 15, he's probably only getting a shot at the bull, which is a lot smaller than double 16. So take the fortune and run with it, and that is exactly what he did.
Yeah, he went on to win it and book his place in the final. Then Steve West got the better of Barry Copeland. A little bit more of a formality, but Copeland did give him a game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Typically tenacious from the man from Northern Ireland. But after this treble 10 goes in, I think it sinks in for West as to what is right in front of him. And sometimes when you're in moments like this, you need something that you trust. And he doesn't trust anything on the dartboard as much as tops. Maybe the first dart had a little bit of juice on it, but the second one, perfectly pitched. And that reaction, it's one of two things. It's relief that he's into another final, but secondly, it's passion that he's doing it in front of his loved ones.
Could the sentiment take over a little bit for Steve West, or have you got reason to believe that he is harnessing it in the right way?
I think he is harnessing it in the right way. When he comes here, it's usually just with his partner. He doesn't tend to bring a lot of other people. His dad comes a lot, and he's going up and down the A3 motorway quite a lot. But I think if you let the sentiment go too far, you might think that you're almost owed the title because people have come to support you. You can't go into the practice room thinking that you are going to win. You have to go and do the work to get the win. And predominantly tonight, he has done the right stuff.
Right, we'll talk more about the final in a moment. One more match tonight, but then one more week for qualifying for Champions Week in Series A. And this is who will be battling it out on the Super Series stage. Boris Koltsov, Daryl Pilgrim, one of the top players in history here at the Super Series. Kendrick Cordom from South Africa, joining Jamie Owen, Simon Tayson and Jarno Bottenberg from the ADC. And then some familiar names. Andy Davidson, who's won a week before. Ted Everts, Mark McGeaney, a former world finalist. It doesn't get any easier, does it, trying to make it through to these Champions Weeks?
Not at all. You've got a lovely mix there of people who have made a Saturday. Obviously, Andy Davidson has won a Saturday here on his debut. That was an amazing occurrence at the end of the last series. But I've been speaking to quite a lot of people in this building over the course of the week since the names were released. And I keep hearing the name Derek Coulson, because the last time he played here, he played a very consistent level. And with that experience in the tank now, when Derek comes back, he might be a really, really difficult guy to topple. But so many stories, obviously, with Boris coming here, Jarno, the Dutch Open champion, and Andy Davidson. I think they're the main names that we're looking at.
Yeah, well, speaking of stories, let's get on to tonight's final, because this Steve West story, it's not just one story, is it? It's a story upon a story upon a story. What, 7 months out around that time with his operation that was delayed? He didn't know if he'd ever play darts again. He then plays here the week after getting married. The honeymoon might be delayed a further couple of weeks because he could be going to Champions Week. It's got to be one of the greatest tungsten tales ever told.
It's not told, though. Not quite yet. But if this happens, one of the first people he's going to speak to tomorrow is Robert Thornton. Because if you go back to the end of 2011, Robert wasn't very well at all. He and a lot of people around him thought that he was doomed, that maybe life was going to be cut short. He found a way to come back, and 6 months later, he was the UK Open champion. That is something that Steve has probably thought a lot about when he's been stuck on the sofa, not able to walk, thinking, if Robert can do it, when I come back, I'll use that as my inspiration. And other sports people have done it as well. They've had horrific injuries, really big setbacks, and now West is back. He's only one game away from a perfect return, and he wants it badly. I just hope he doesn't want it too much, because he's got to play the game properly against someone who is a fabulous player at the minute.
Yeah, well, it may be something of a fairy tale for Steve West to win, but as you say, there are two sides to every story, and Richie Howson is a man who's lived his own delayed darting dream, if you like. All that success on the seniors, we can see him here just preparing for this final. This would be another special moment for him, wouldn't it?
Yes, most definitely, because he's been in a final before, lost out to Andreas Harrison a couple of series ago, and if you want to be considered a great player at this level, now people are starting to ask, have you won a week at Modus at the Super Series? And at the minute, he's saying, not yet. He would love to change that answer to, I have now. And this is a game that is going to be filled with respect, because these two guys love each other. In fact, the Howson clan are sitting next to the West clan in here and have been all night long. So this is the final that side of the audience really wanted, and now they've got it.
And who is going to be cheering? Who's going to win this?
You know us pundits and analysts, we're very stubborn. I said West earlier. I am not going to change my mind purely because I said West earlier. Coincidentally, if you want to know how close it is, they're both 43% on doubles for the night.
There we go. This could be a lot of fun. The final is ready to get going. It's Steve West against Richie Howson, and it is time for the Week 11 decider.
And Richie is a game away from picking up the riches here at the Live Lounge. And Steve West is one game away from completing the comeback tale.
Welcome to the Modus Super Lounge here in Portsmouth. We now get round to tonight's final. Please put your hands together first of all and welcome to the stage. It's simply the West, Steve West! Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Steve's opponent this evening. It's the Owl, Richie Howson!
And it is indeed that fairy tale final, isn't it, between Steve West and Richie Howson. Wes, well, as we've just spoken about, the story is incredible. Last weekend, getting married after months upon months on the sidelines of the sport, not knowing if he'd ever be back to his West best, but he's produced some wonderful stuff here at the Super Series. 4 finals, 4 wins on that stage, and is now looking to nudge himself through to Champions Week once again. He takes on Richie, the Owl Howson, who had that success earlier this year at the World Seniors Champion of Champions. Can he add a Super Series glory to that roll of honour that he's written pretty late in his darting career? Or will West be best, as he usually is, when it comes to a final? It's time to hand you over to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon for the decider.
Thank you very much, Chris. Is the fairy tale story about to come to its culmination? Is it about to have its Cinderella ending? That's the trophy they're playing for.
Game on.
West has picked it up 4 times. Howson looking to pick it up for the first time. Steve West has never lost a final in this building. Richie Howson looking to win his first final in this building. The meetings between this pair couldn't be more evenly matched. West won their Group A battles 2-1, and their meeting on Wednesday was one of the best games of the week. West won 4-1 for 99.49 average and 4 out of 8 on the doubles. Howson lost that match with a 98 average. If there's anything like that game, we could be in for a treat. And whatever happens here, Paul Nicholson, there is going to be some story that's going to be told here at the Live Lounge.
30.
You aren't kidding. This final feels a little bit like week 6 when Paul Hogan was playing against Sebastian Białecki. You had someone who hadn't won on a Saturday night after many, many times trying. That's what it's all about. On that occasion, Hogan got his first weekly title against the Pole by 4 legs to 3. 2 weeks later, Connor Scott beat Colin Osborne. Same sort of feel. Someone looking for their first against someone who was looking for continued success. We've seen it a lot. But in finals in this series, the story has been the length of the finals.
45.
6 legs minimum. 4-2 the last 2 weeks. Before that, it was 4-3s pretty much every week.
Howson has taken the darts off of West in leg 1. It's the only match in the week where the players bull up in the practice room. Steve West won the bull, but has lost the ascendancy of throwing leg 1. Howson first to a finish, and this 116 is one of his favourite ton plus outs. We've seen it from him on numerous occasions on this stage.
It very much depends on where the first dart goes. See? The shot is on, and then the shot is off.
76. Steve Carr, 62.
In about 2 seconds. 42. Or 22 for tops.
22.
West has missed tops to win leg 1. Howson has tops to win leg 1. And this would be for an instant breaker throw. No mistake. First blood Howson. He gets the break. He leads 1-0.
Second leg Richie to
and there is another dynamic to add into this as well, because Howson's last final was back in December when he lost to Andreas Harrison. Since then, he has picked up a major title. He has picked up the Champion of Champions. He's a different player now compared to the one that lost out to Andreas in December.
That is very true.
85.
But immediately in this final, Steve's resilience is tested because he's immediately broken. The resilience of Howson has been rather incredible for about 2 years. He was a qualifier before the first World Seniors Championship.
86.
He started taking people out. And now he's actually ranked the highest in World Seniors.
Seniors world
60.
number 1 up against a player that when he does turn 50 is going to be a severe threat in that competition. He's the severest of all threats when it comes to the Super Series. This place has been his manor. This final has been his biggest occasion, but he finds himself on the back foot here.
It was actually Richie that said when John Henderson joined
43.
World Seniors, he didn't think it was a bad thing that another player of talent and note was joining the ranks. He found it motivational. Coming into this
41.
final, West was averaging 88.21 for the night. Howson 86.8, and that leads me to a very important point. Howson's range tonight,
140.
which is his top average to his bottom average, the range is just a shade over 3 points. That's immensely tight. The range for West, which is a little bit of a worry,
140.
is 13.
Supercar 147.
But they're both 43% on doubles for the night. And Howson's going to have a chance to double his lead.
78.
Howson's just doing what Howson does, averaging around the mid-80s and taking opportunities, and he could open up a 2-0 lead here.
Well, okay. So he wanted 18 for tops. Now he wants 9 o'clock.
93. Supercar
At 11
69.
o'clock. That was a big chance. He doesn't miss the single 10 this time. And he doesn't miss trusty tops. A huge moment as one person misses and one person hits. It's hot work on the stage. And not only are the players sweating it up, but everybody's sweating through tension because we have no idea what's going to happen next.
A break apiece. What a piece.
45.
We thought this would be a final where you couldn't split the pair. And early on, it is proving to be the case.
55.
At this point, it's not necessarily about finding your best game. It's just about beating one other person. Why is it in his career that West has done
84.
everything the hard way? This week, he's done it the hardest possible way. This is his 29th game in his first week back from surgery. Richie Howson is over
100.
the age of 50. Age is but a number, but he's playing his 27th game of the week. Don't tell me that darts is easy.
135.
It's anything but. And sometimes they can make it look easy. And we should marvel at it.
We're reaching the sprint to the end of the marathon here at the Modus Super Series in week 11.
100.
These two are here first thing on Monday morning. They are here late on Saturday night, and we're none the wiser as to who is going to pick the title up, who is going to head home the victor.
81.
Richie Howson actually played the first game of the week. So he's looking for that classic bookend week. First game to last game.
Well, both players lost their first game of the week.
60.
They're looking to
Supercar
win the
156.
final game of the week. And West has 6 on 156 to move 2-1 up from 1-0 down.
56.
Well, there goes the 3-dart attempt. It's now a 2-dart attempt. You might be thinking to yourself, what was he doing going for the 16s on dart 2? Well, 136. 2 treble 16s would have left tops.
Supercar 100.
Is tops part of the equation here? It is.
60.
But it's not
Supercar
found.
126.
Now a third break of throw is possible.
West has had a dart to win every leg in this match so far. Howson's not going to get a dart of the bull. West is going to come
44.
back for Old Faithful
Supercar
to move
40.
in front for the first time.
If you keep leaving Westy on tops, he's going to beat you.
Getting shot on the third leg. Steve West.
West moves in front. Is he making his move? There's the family. They're beginning to get excited.
Game on.
because Steve is 2 legs away.
New hip this week. New dart shirts. New darts.
140.
Give the man a t-shirt that says, "Don't leave me on tops." He's almost inherited that from his close pal Robert Thornton.
100.
I wasn't kidding about what I was saying with Chris Murphy in the break there. The end of 2011, we all thought Robert was going to pass away through ill health. A few months later,
41.
only 7 months later, funnily enough, he won the UK Open, beating Phil Taylor in the final. Mammoth comebacks do happen.
There's a saying, isn't there, particularly in boxing, setbacks lead for comebacks. Is West going to complete the ultimate comeback? Howson's going to have to come back, and possibly from 2 legs down if he's to win this final, because he's given away the throw to West here, who could well be set for a 3-1 lead in this race to 4.
That was a vicious third dart. Look at the pep on that one. He threw that one so firmly. And look at the number.
97. Steve Carr, 127.
Who's going to be smiling after these 3 darts?
55.
Howson's got to get in touch. This leg has got to cooperate. Or is he going to have to win 3 straight legs again?
41. Steve Carr, 72.
Head down. He could be 2 legs down. 1 dart at tops.
32.
Doesn't go. And Howson needs a ton plus check now more than ever.
Not this time. All he can do
82.
is leave himself somewhat close. A missed single there from the Owl. What does the t-shirt say? Don't leave me on tops. Oh. That one
24.
was so wide that everybody in this place was left aghast.
Richie Howson must not have expected this chance.
35.
It's a chance he hasn't taken.
Sivakar,
and Rest will return to move 3-1 to the good.
It's a very different part of the board, though. You don't see him down here very often. Doesn't make any difference. The dream is very close.
5th leg, Steve to throw first.
There are things in this building that Steve West has not done. He has not been part of a double start week. He's not been part of an influencer event. He's not won a series yet. But he has been a perennial winner of weeks like this. He is within 380 points of doing it for a 5th time.
Howson won't give up. That's not in his nature. But Steve West is taking this game away from him. He's closing in. The fairy tale story is so close now to having its Cinderella ending.
$100.
He's got 6 darts from 200 to do it.
140.
In front of most of the people that have supported him for the last year and beyond. And it is going to be
135.
double top, you feel. For history at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Game, shot, and the match. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 8, Week 11, it's simply the West, Steve West!
The comeback is complete! Or is the comeback only starting? 5-star Steve West is the first person to win 5 qualifying Saturday nights. It means a lot to him. 29 games played in a week. He had 7 months on the sofa, and every single person that means so much to him is in the building to witness Steve West become a Super Series superstar. And my word, has he got some stuff to do in the next couple of weeks, because Westy is back in Champions Week. He has won the final by 4 legs to 1. I think he needs a little bit of a break, because there are some people in the audience who have flocked to Portsmouth, all to see the possibility of that. An average of 87. It's pretty much what he's been doing all night. The doubles were good enough. My word, what a story. What a week it has been. Richie Howson fails to win that weekly title. He falls at the final hurdle one more time. But I'm sure when the dust settles, he will be very, very pleased for his good friend Steve West. What a story we have seen all week long. A very long week. An historic week. It is now 5 weekly titles for West. Nobody has done that before. And what we're going to do now is we're going to get a little bit of a word from our host Chris Murphy as Steve West composes himself. That final was brilliant. And it was Steve West 4, Howson 1.
Yeah, here are the winners through to Series 8, and Steve West to the Series 8 Champions Week, and Steve West is one of them. He's on that list. We are going to hear from him very, very shortly. He joins Tom Sykes, Jim Long, Richard Rowlands, Jimmy Van Ski, Neil Duff, Paul Hogan, Adam Paxton, Connor Scott, Thomas Banks, Marvin Van Velzen, and now Steve West is on that list. And he has composed himself, and we can now hear from an emotional Steve West alongside Henry Deacon.
Steve, many, many congratulations. We can see what it means to you. This has been a very emotional week. It's been a very emotional time for yourself. And, well, what a story. You come back from hip surgery, you come here after getting married, and you win a week of the Super Series. Yeah. Don't get better than that, does it?
No. Well, yeah, it could, I suppose, but no. At the moment, no, it don't. I don't know what to say. I'm in bits at the minute, and I just wanted to do well. That's it. Just show what maybe I'm coming back a little bit, and to win it is just stupid. Really stupid.
Monday morning, did you believe this was possible?
No, I thought I'd be going home on Thursday night. It was rubbish, but, you know, here we are.
Let's talk about this evening. Let's talk about the games this evening first and foremost, because you got out the traps flying in your first match and then defeated in your second one. However, the semi-finals and finals may not have been vintage in terms of performances, but one thing you seemed to have done very well was when it came to the pressure moments, keeping it together. That composure was there at the big moments tonight.
Yeah, I battled a little bit. I needed to battle. There's a lot of good players here this week, the whole week, and there's a few of them that I haven't beaten. Christian's one of them. I haven't beaten him all week, you know, and to get through it just means so much.
This is your 5th weekly title. Everything considered, is this the best one of the lot?
I would say so, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the best one. Makes me feel good.
Altogether, is this one of the best nights you've ever had in darts?
I wouldn't go that far, but it's close. It is close.
And it's a very poignant night for yourself, because I'm not going to try and tee you up too much. However, it's a very special night. You've got friends, you've got family, a lot of people that you haven't seen for a lot of years here as well here this evening. To win it in front of all of them, how special is that?
It's the first time I played on stage, on TV and cameras in front of my children, my 2 oldest kids, my nephew, my brother, my ex-wife, her boyfriend. They're all here, and it's just, honestly, it's amazing. It's brilliant. And Grace and Dan here, they just come down from Hertfordshire just to say, go on, Westy, we're here. And I appreciate that so much. It's unreal.
This time last week, you were getting married. How is a honeymoon in Portsmouth?
Honeymoon was great. How was the wedding, Henry?
It was okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, the shots were good.
Right, anyway. On that note, sporting trade secrets here and all the rest of it. We've been here a couple of times before, Steve, haven't we?
I think we have, yeah.
Where that trophy gets lifted, but you get this The smile's there again, and you get this special caveat because... Okay, teeth are here as well. You get this special caveat because this time, all of those people that mean so much to you are here to watch you do what you're about to do again. This is a record. Nobody's ever won 5 weekly titles. They have now. And I'm going to let you have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, for a 5th time, the weekly winner is Steve West!
And what a emotional moment, what a magical moment for that man there, Steve West. Yeah, the record is fantastic, but the manner of the victory and the story that led up to it, Paul Nicholson, it's a remarkable feat, isn't it?
It's everything to Steve West right now. What an 8 days he's had. He will never forget the past 8 days. Everything from Saturday morning last week when he was getting ready to get married, and now leading into Sunday morning. Every single one of those people right there, they are rejoicing at him being back to the person who comes to this place and rules the roost. That's an incredible moment between two very successful dart players, a great darting family, running in the family. We've said it all week long, but he's going to have to come back. He's coming back in about 9 days' time.
Yeah, the story could get even better, and there we see him being congratulated by all his friends and family. The lady that just hugged him there, Grace Ferridge, a player on the women's series. You can see Richie Howson in the background. In fact, that's Richie's wife, Lynn, as well. So it just shows the warmth between these two darting families as well.
Yeah, there's a huge respect between a lot of the darting families in the Greater London area, and especially Essex, because Steve lives on the Essex-Hertfordshire border. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? The spirit of the Super Series in a nutshell between two incredible talents, and you may just see them going toe-to-toe in seniors in the next few years, but West's coming back, and I would love to see the likes of Copeland, who was stuck around to see this moment. I'd like to see them back as well. They are painting this place in the right light, and it's the right thing, but look at that. That is what this is all about. You can bring your family if you're successful, and you can have moments like this yourself. If you dream to be a dart player, to have success, these are the kind of moments that you can have with hard work, with patience, and if you've got the talent. He spent months on the sofa watching this product, saying, that's my place. And it is again.
Last week they were saying, I do. Tonight he's saying, I did. Steve West having achieved that historic win this evening. Look, we saw the emotion in all of those moments there from Steve West. We've been doing this a couple of years now at the Super Series. We're coming up for 100 weeks. We've never had to delay the trophy presentation before because one of the players has got so emotionally, he just wanted to compose himself.
It means something to people, this place. And if you think about what Steve's career was like before he came here, it was a bit unknown. He was at a bit of a crossroads. He didn't know where he was going. Was he going to go back to the WDF? Was he going to go and just stay local, go back to the PDC? This place has given him a home. People have called this home over the last 2 years. Neil Duff has had huge success. Steve West is again a success. And there aren't many times that people have had that kind of reaction when it comes to winning a weekly title. Can you even imagine what it would be like if he won the whole series?
Yeah, and nobody's done that more than him. So to do that for a 5th time and still have that feeling, that special feeling, that release, it just shows that there's much more to this win than perhaps any of the other 4.
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just about hard work paying off. Coming here this week, it was a little bit of a gamble because when his hip surgery came around, they were starting to look at recovery times. When can I go back to darts? With the help of his family, and especially Michelle, who's been looking at his calendar saying, look, we're getting married in August. You're going to be okay by then, but when are you going to go back? And it just so happened that when they were programming the diary, well, this week came up and they both looked at each other and said, do it. As long as you're ready to do it, you do it. And he has done it. And now we're going to be talking about this week for many, many years because people getting to 5 titles, that doesn't happen every year, never mind every month or week.
Absolutely. I do just want to talk about Richie Howson. It does take two to tango, and he's had a fantastic week himself. The first time he's played a full week on the stage. There he is, revelling with Barry Copeland as well, another exciting talent who has had a really good debut. It's been a good week, all told, hasn't it? Steve West, of course, is the story. But, I mean, Richie Howson said it in his interview at the very start of the night. It just showed how difficult that Group A was, that 5 of them ended up making it tonight.
Yeah, very much so. And we just don't know. That might happen again next week. We've had some curious stuff happening in Week 11. I mean, that thing that happened in Group B where the fixtures from Thursday were almost replicated identically for Friday. I'm not sure that'll ever happen again. However, Week 11 will always belong to West here, but we can't forget some of the other things that have happened. Some great strength, and he's been pushed as well. Some weeks you come, you dominate. Connor Scott was pushed in his final with Colin Osborne, but he was a dominant force that week. This week, West has been doing it the West way, which is the hard way. 29 games, off a surgery, and he's probably going to be hurting tomorrow, but he's only got a week to recover.
Yeah, Henry Deacon, as Steve West mentioned, was at that wedding. Well, the fort was being held by myself. You were there as well, weren't you, Paul? But I won't hold that against you. Steve West holds a trophy for the 5th time at the Super Series. It is a remarkable story. Look, people are fully aware of what he's been through to get there. What does he do now? What should be the plan next week before returning for Champions Week for Steve West?
I think the key to next week is going to be minimal practice because he's thrown thousands upon thousands upon thousands of darts this week. So rest up for a few days, evaluate physically, evaluate mentally with your team, and then when you get to about Wednesday, Thursday, start ticking over a little bit because everybody else is going to be ticking over, and he's going to be in the same Champions Week as Thomas Banks. He's going to be in there with the likes of Jimmy Van Schie, who he knows pretty well. And he's going to be in there with previous weekly winners as well. There are going to be lots of people in Champions Week who've never been there before, but there are going to be some usual suspects. And one of them is Neil Duff, who's going to look at that and be more motivated than ever.
Does Steve West immediately go into that Champions Week as one of, if not the favourite after the performance he's put in this week?
I think we have to be fair. We can get caught up in the emotion and the occasion, and we can easily say that he's the favourite. He's one of the favoured people. We still look at Scott. We still look at Sykes. We look at Van Schie with fresh eyes over the last few weeks because he's been gunning since week 4. And we can't forget about Neil Duff. Banks was brilliant as well in week 9. But how good was Van Velsen last week? He had a 9-darter. So Steve knows how to do that en route to a Champions Week. Marvin does. But I think if we're being fair, Connor Scott is the favourite right now because the way he played in his week and the way he's played since typifies what a favourite should be.
I think that is very fair, and I've really enjoyed your company. I'm sure the viewers have as well. Steve West getting the win. Thank you, Paul. We will see you soon. And we hope to see you soon here at the Modus Super Series. If you've never been down here on a Saturday night, for moments like that, you should be. So get to dartshop.tv and book your tickets as soon as possible. But once again, on a Saturday at the Super Series, a week on from his wedding, Steve West and the Modus Super Series proved to be a marriage made in heaven. But the fun and the thrills don't end there because the final week before Champions Week in Series 8 gets underway on Monday morning. See you then.
That's what's called a samurai. This is what's called a 148 checkout.
Bomberg looks for the ball. He gets the ball.
Shot on the fourth leg.
Coulson changed that matter on tops. Oh!
Double 14. Somebody's cooking now. Let me take the whole thing. In 3. It's wonderful.
But these are big.
They don't get bigger than the fish.